Don Baskin Truck Sales has any kind of truck and trailer you will ever need. We have the largest selection and variety of trucks and trailers in the country with over 2,000 units in stock. Financing is available. Visit our dealership at 1870 Highway 51 South in Covington, Tennessee, or visit our website at baskintrucksales.com or call 1-800-331-7110. Don Baskin Truck Sales has the truck and or trailer to get the job done.
Quick time performance right lane in his four-door 66 Chevy 2, the Saturday night special. Todd Hertel race engine underneath the hood for him. The Saturday night special sponsored by Don Baskin Truck Sales, Priority Heat and Air, and Wings Etc. of Boiling Springs, backed up by Ike's Corner Grill and Woodfin Towing. Ernie Smith doing a great job for his sponsors as he this is his 101st consecutive race that Ernie Smith has been racing with the Southeast Gassers. He's going to go down the track alongside of Diana Casto in the quick draw. She's out of Shelbyville, West Virginia. Ernie Smith with a 09 light right there as he was really on it, making a good run for Ernie Smith. That's a good solid top 8 run right there in SEGA. I know he'll turn it up a little bit more as he gets ready for second round, but a good pass right there in the first hit of the day. Diana Casto, she gets down the racetrack, a number that she's not going to be too happy with, but I know they'll keep trying to improve on that number as they reach the second round of qualifying. Going to be a hot one out there today, folks. If you're here in attendance, make sure you stay hydrated. That is Jaron Purdue, the man who leads the points right now in our SEGA. He's out of driving the 62 Chevy 2 wagon that was formerly called the Stud Muffin. Looks like he has removed that moniker from the side of the race car.
Just let him do a single pass.
He's going to be on a single right here. So he'll throw everything at it right here, I'm sure. 283 cubic inch Gene Fulton power plant underneath the hood for him. Folks, if you had never heard it before, he's going to throw it up to about 10 grand, dump the clutch, and let it eat right here. So I'll back out of here and let you hear this small block Chevy really go to work. I don't think he quite got it to 10 grand. Maybe he was going a little soft right there, but you'll hear that before the day is out in that small block Chevy. And I tell you what, when you start twisting 10,000 RPMs, you got to really have the harmonics right in those motors for them to stay together. So B gas, you should be in the lanes. B gas, you should be in the lanes now, please. B gas, we need Ken Rainwater to the lanes if you expect to get a qualifying pass. Joking around there, Ken Rainwater. Let's look at the track surface before he gets ready to go down. Want to welcome in all our viewers on our social media pages, our YouTube channel, and our Facebook channels, as we're going to bring you the qualifying here live on our Facebook channel. That'll be switching over to our YouTube channel for Eliminations, so Eliminations will exclusively be on our YouTube channel. All right, Ben Shaw going to be the first one up over there in the quick time performance lane. And Brad Wimberly, he's going to be over here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Wimberly in that 62 Comet right there that he calls the Southern Sizzler. They had to put a new third member in that thing last night. He come out here in practice and made a great run. So no backing off at all. He just come out here and let it eat. Ben Shaw from Lebanon, Tennessee, one of the local boys right here at his home racetrack. There you see Shaw audio right there on the side of the 41 Chevy truck called the Odd Rod. Go by and visit those guys, see Kevin Shaw, his dad, and ask him the story of how they named that truck. .009 light right there for Ben Shaw as he was on the tree. Making a good run there in C-Gas, but a 009 light right there for him, Kevin, as he got down the racetrack. Next up going to be Scott Wallace over in the quick time performance lane. Crossville, Tennessee, in the Spine Tingler 2. He'll be with the Butler Performance race engine underneath the hood in that beautiful 56 Pontiac Chieftain right there. Scott Wallace out of Ellery, Illinois in his 52 Pontiac. So if you're a Pontiac fan, you be glued to the line right here. A couple of Pontiacs about to get ready to do business here in C-Gas. Scott Wallace left so hard his trunk came up right there, but that G-force is right there. Before he shifted into second gear, got that trunk lid down, and he goes through the lights and makes a good run. A little 07 light right there for Scott. I'm telling you, you better be on the P's and Q's on this Christmas tree today in C-Gas. John Ladic going to be up next in his 57 Chevy in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane out of Perry, Georgia. 327 cubic inches of small block Chevy under the hood in that big 57 Chevy. He's going to go down the track alongside of Alfred Adams in the Dammit Bob out of Clover, South Carolina. He's sporting a small block Chevy out of the Gene Fulton Race Engines camp. Another interesting story of how that car was named. Fans, if you'd like to know that, go by the pits out there and check out and talk to Alfred Adams and his crew. They'll be glad to tell you the reason that car is named the Dammit Bob. John Ladic rolls through the tree right there. He's going to have to go on and lose this run. Unless they're going to let him back up. I don't know what the staff's going to do. Looks like they're going to back both of them off. Ladic doesn't even realize that he rolled through. Now he probably does, seeing the Christmas tree. Alfred Adams looks like he's got something loose on the front end of that 55 of his. So John Ladic will not get a time right there as he rolls through the tree. So B-Gas, you need to be in the lanes right now, ready to go. B-Gas. A gas to the lanes, please. A gas, we need you to the lanes, please. Once again, I want to welcome in our fans tuning in on our YouTube and our Facebook pages to the Jackson Dragway here in Jackson, Tennessee for the Don Baskin Truck Sales sponsored race here at Jackson Dragway. Mark Hollock right here next up in the 1956 Chevy. He's out of Limestone, Tennessee right here. Small block Chevy underneath the hood built by Tim Hall. Tim Hall, the two-time C-Gas world champion, who's not able to make it here this weekend due to some obligations that he has with his church. But always a strong competitor is Tim Hall, and builds a nice motor as well. So let's see how Mark Hollock gets down the racetrack here in his 56. Hollock on the tree with an 083 light, so that's a good lead for him as he makes a good representative run. And that was our 10-pound per cubic inch class called C-Gas. Next up, we're going to have our guys in B-Gas, highly competitive class, burning 8 pounds per cubic inch of displacement. And they'll be coming your way next. While they're getting ready to go, we need A-Gas in the lanes. A-Gas, we need you in the lanes, please. They're not on the board?
They're on the side. Beside the wall.
On the ground?
Yeah, or the tree.
Oh, yeah, just the tree. Yeah, it's one of those trees.
Or it'll light up green on the tree up here. If you're keeping, what's your name? I'm sorry.
No, we're good up here. There's
Okay.
fans.
Oh.
And there is the aforementioned renegade of Ken Rainwater out of Kimberly, Alabama, man who is leading our category in B-Gas and points. Winner of 2 races already this year at our Knoxville event and our Shadyside event, and then runner-up at our last event down at Brainerd Motorsports Park. He sits in the quick time performance right lane, and he'll go down the track alongside of Elizabethton, Tennessee native Kelvin Cannon in the loose cannon, that 33 changed panel van. Kelvin Cannon already in and staged. Rainwater still going into the pre-stage. There we go. Not the best elapsed time after we saw some better numbers last night. Rainwater kind of rushed into the beams right there, so that's the whole thing. I mean, one car could be faster than the other, but it's all gets down to eliminations. It's all how you get to the other end. It's the first man there. Don't matter if you ran a great elapsed time in a run before. It's all who gets to the line first. Winner of our last event at Brainerd Motorsports Park is Charlie Lee right there. Charging Charlie Lee in his Mustang. He's out of Sparta, Tennessee, is Charlie Lee. So another Tennessee racer right here. Converted that car from a coupe over to a fastback for more aerodynamics. He's going to go down the track alongside John Mclofflin from the great state of Alabama in the disorderly conduct, the 1948 Willis. I'm sorry, Anglia. Charlie Lee on it with a 051 light right there as he left the line. And fans, just so you know, if you're looking for the winter light, you can look at our Christmas tree, the porta tree up there, and whatever side lights up and runs up and down those lights, that'll be the lane that wins. So just so you know, that is kind of considered the win light right there here at Dragway. All right, Wayne Swaffford going to be here in his 66 Chevy too in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. He's out of Fingerville, South Carolina, in the car that he likes to call Leroy. 306 cubic inches of Gene Fulton race engine underneath the hood for him. And One Way Technologies providing the power over there for Mark Jones in his 37. 372 cubic inches underneath the hood for him. As he getting ready to move up to the beams. Robin Harris going to put Wayne Swaffford in. Not to start either driver wanted right there, but we'll see some better action coming out of that Leroy car in the second round. To give you a little bit of an update here, B-Gas, again, 8 pounds per cubic inch displacement as we get ready for the next pair to come out. Michael Odin going to be here out of Birmingham, Alabama in the quick time performance right lane. Couple of real good cars right here. The man is number 2 in points versus the man is number 3 in points. Number 2 in points is the Rocky Top Missile of Ted McKe. He's out of Lenore City, Tennessee. He'll find himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane. And in the right-hand lane, you're going to be Michael Odin in the 62 Chevy 2 out of Birmingham, Alabama. One Way Technologies providing the power underneath the hood for him. The 21-year-old, already a winner on tour last year, looking for more as he sits number 3 in points this year. Gene Fulton, 319 cubic inch, small block Chevy providing the power for Ted McKe. Maybe Michael Odin missed a shift down there. Don't know what it was, but Ted McKe running a very strong number there for first round of qualifying in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. While we got just a second, no cars on, want to give you an update on qualifying for Superstock. Jerry Dean continues to lead the field in the last Rebel 2, followed by Bryant Dalton in the Ford Falcon.
Okay.
John Wise in the Gold Dust is going to be third, followed by Tony Novasodski in the Public Enemy, and rounding out the top 5 is going to be Mickey Huddleston. Don Wilmot 6th, Alan Lovelady 7th, and Rob Walden with some problems is in the 8th slot. In our CGAS category, Jaron Purdue in the 62 wagon out of Peoples, Ohio, finds himself number 1, followed by Lebanon, Tennessee racer Ben Shaw in the odd rod. Ernie Smith sits in the 3rd special, followed by Alfred Adams. Rounding out the top 5 is going to be Brad Wimberly in the Southern Sizzler. Randy Kiefer holds down the 6th spot in the Spine Tingler 2. Mark Hollock in the Sasquatch 7th, followed by Scott Wallace, Diana Casto, and Todd Odin rounding out the top 10. All right, A-Gas, the quickest cars on the property right here. You're going to see some more big block Chevys right here coming your way. But first off, going to be a small block, 385 cubic inches. That small block sits in that 58 Corvette called the Silver Streak 2 in the quick time performance right lane of Kenneth Phillips. Phillips, a former world champion in our A-Gas category and perennially finishes in the top 3 in points every year. Been battling a lot of off-the-track things this year and distractions for Kenneth, but we're glad he's here. He sits 7th in the points right now, and the man who sits in 2nd place in points finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. That none other than Chase Howard in the USA 1, the 67 Chevelle. Power provided for both cars by Gene Fulton Race Engines. 477 cubic inch big block, the combination for the USA 1. I'm telling you what, some laser quick reaction times right there. Kenneth Phillips gets it over in the gray near the middle of the racetrack, but does not cross and makes a good pass. But quicker than that is Chase Howard as he sets a blistering pace right there. That is a nice pass. First round right out of the box for the USA 1 Chevelle. Once again, if you're joining us on our YouTube channel or our Facebook page, watching this first round of qualifying, let us know where you're tuning in from. Give us a question. We'll try to get it answered in the chat box for you. Next 2 down the track, a couple of big 50s model cars. First off, Ray Belaloo in the 55 Ford in the quick time performance right lane. He calls that car the Bad Alibi. 455 cubic inches of big block Ford underneath the hood for him. Then we got Greg Steltz out of Wapaka, Wisconsin with a 477 cubic inch Greg Speed Shop Chevy under the hood of that 1957 Pontiac that he calls the Joker. Ray Belaloo out of Calhoun, Georgia. Greg Steltz out of Wapaka, Wisconsin. And we need to ask, please. Steltz with an 069 light. I mean, that is killing it. That man's on his game today. Still got some more to make up in the elapsed time department, but he is on it on the tree. So somebody stumbles right there, Greg Steltz. He's not stumbling on that tree. So the Joker, lightning quick off the line. Decent 60-foot time for him as well, and a lot of times that is where the races are won and lost here. All right, over in the quick time performance right-hand lane, that is none other than the Happy Days, piloted by Ben Christopher out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina. 477 cubic inches of Jason line power underneath the hood right there. Ben Christopher sits number 3 in our current point standings and has been a dominant car, just has not been able to punch his ticket to get the big cup yet, and today could be his day here at Jackson Dragway. In the quick time performance, that is Doyle Lynn. He's from Dalton, Georgia, in the 51 Henry J that he calls the honky tonk. Ben Christopher just took it and put it right to the number 1 spot right there. 0.95 on the reaction time, but a great ET right there. So Ben Christopher just moves to the top, nudging out Chase Howard by ever so slightly of a margin. Good run right there for Ben Christopher. Car left good, grabbed second gear, it stayed straight. Photographers, please do not walk in front of the beams. If you are a photographer, you need to be back behind the wall. Do not walk on the racetrack, please. All right, in the left-hand lane, in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lanes, finds Barry Lynn out of Greer, South Carolina, in the 65 Chevelle wagon that he calls the Little Red Wagon. Don't see many of those two-door wagons out there anymore. Barry Lynn been campaigning this car ever since he started with the Southeast Gassers about 10 years ago. Par race engine under the hood for him, 477 cubic inches. He's going to go down the track alongside the guy who won our last race at Brainerd Motorsports Park. That is Barry Adler. He was our A-Gas champion at Brainerd. He's got a 451 cubic inch Gene Fulton power plant underneath the hood of that 63 Corvette split window that he calls the Iron Eagle. Very proudly displaying the American flag right there as he does his burnout. His wife Jessie brings him up to the line to get the Iron Eagle in position. And if you didn't notice already, he is the owner of Quick Time Performance. As you see, that is his main sponsor. Barry Lynn hard in the middle, takes out a couple of cones right there. So Barry Adler in the Battle of the Berries, he backs out of it. That car went hard to the right. Barry Lynn doing a good job to keep it off of Adler, but unfortunately takes out the 330 cone. So we'll be down for a moment while track personnel fixes the 330 cone. And while we are down, want to make sure we give you an update on our B-Gas qualifying times. The man who won our last event, Charlie Lee, finds himself in that Tennessee Charlie sitting number 1 after the first round of B-Gas qualifying, followed by another Tennessee native, Ted McKe, the Rocky Tussle. Ken Rainwater sits third in the Renegade, followed by Wayne Swaffford in the car that he calls Leroy, sitting fourth. Kelvin Cannon rounds out the top five with Mark Jones in the Mini Quick sixth, John Mclofflin in the Disorderly Conduct seventh, and Michael Odin, having some problems, is eighth.
Baskin Truck Sales has any kind of truck and trailer you will ever need. We have the largest selection and variety of trucks and trailers in the country with over 2,000 units in stock. Financing is available. Visit our dealership at 1870 Highway 51 South in Covington, Tennessee, or visit our website at baskintruckSales.com or call 1-800-331-7110. Don Baskin Truck Sales has the truck and or trailer to get the job done.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your streetcar or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a quick-time performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves.
Summit Racing Equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Here at QuickTime Performance, we give you what you need to put some attitude in your truck. Why settle for the same dull, boring commute that everyone else subscribes to? Life is too short to be stuck in a bland appliance every day. Grab a set of QuickTime electric cutouts and say goodbye to ordinary.
We're getting the 330 fixed out there. Want to make sure we let you know that here today we're glad to be at Jackson Dragway for the Hub City Hullabaloo, sponsored by Don Baskin Truck Sales. We got some more events coming up down the road that might be of interest to you. After today, we're going to be moving on down the road here to Knoxville, Tennessee for the Mountain Madness at Knoxville Dragway, September the 19th through and 20th. 19th and 20th, we're going to be at Knoxville Dragway for the Mountain Madness. That's going to be a good time right there. Always a great race at Knoxville Dragway where we visit twice a year. So there you'll also probably have a chance at that time of the year to see some of the leaf and foliage changes. So another reason to make a great trip down there and see some great racing. After that, after Knoxville, we take down to the beautiful state of Mississippi to the Gulf Coast Nationals at Gulfport Raceway down in Gulfport, Mississippi. Interesting thing we're going to have going on down there. It's going to be a double race. We're going to have a complete show, a complete race on Friday night. So we'll run qualifying, we'll run eliminations and everything and crown a champion on Friday night. And then we'll turn right around and do it again on Saturday. And those dates will be October the 10th and 11th. So the 10th we'll have a complete show, and the 11th we'll have a complete show down at Gulfport Dragway, your racecation destination. And that is going to be in conjunction with Cruising the Coast, one of the largest car shows in the country. Great time for you to take a vacation, to head down there and see some of the beautiful cars, the exhibitions, and the things that will be going on down there, and take in the best nostalgia drag racing there is in the country with the 4-speed gassers of the Southeast Gassers Association. We're glad that you came here to be here today. Looks like we've got that 330 down, and we are just about ready to go back and complete our A-Gas first round of qualifying. Glad you tuned in today to our social media page at Facebook, where you'll be able to see the second round of qualifying. Then we're going to ask you to switch over to our YouTube channel, where we will have all the eliminations coming up here later on today. We'll carry you all the way through the finals with the Southeast Gassers Association at Jackson Dragway.
Racing equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment. Harbin's Mechanical serves Atlanta, Georgia, and its metro area. From the big jobs downtown to the jobs in your hometown of the suburbs, they are your #1 source for your HVAC and refrigeration needs in Atlanta and its metro area. Stay cool in Hotlanta with Harbin's Mechanical Services.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Ready to go back. I hear cars firing, so First round of qualifying here in our A-gas category. Looks like we got a couple of beautiful race cars coming up here, as most of our cars are. They're absolute rolling showpieces. Over in the Larice Motorsports lane, we're going to have the Chick Magnet of Leslie Horn, our current points leader in A-gas. And over in the right lane, we're going to have Allan Pitman driving that beautiful 41 Willis from the Pitman and Sward race team. Mike Sward, partner. You see Sward's grading right there on the back of the race car. Both cars sporting Gene Fulton power plants underneath the hood. 451 cubic inches is the cubic inch choice for Pitman. 477 would be the cubic inches of choice for Leslie Horn in the Chick Magnet. Horn got Brian Harris race cars behind the car right there. He handles all the chassis tuning duties and many of the duties throughout that car. His wife Robin Harris up front, bringing him up to the line. Robin's Repairables out of Mooresboro, North Carolina, one of the fine sponsors for the Chick Magnet. Allan Pitman made a great run last night, A to B. Let's see if he can do that again, as that car has had its struggles to get down racetracks for over a year now, and Allan thinks that he might have a secret now to getting that car down the track. Boy, he does look at that Willis get down the racetrack. 087 light right there for Pitman. The elapsed time's still a little bit off, but boy, that car is really coming around. Mike Sward and crew got to feel good about that pass. So congratulations, Mike Sward, on that pass, as that car is going to continue to lower his elapsed time as he gets more confidence behind the wheel of that Willis. And we move into our AFX category right here. Next up, as we start AFX, we need Superstock lane in the lanes. Superstock to the lanes for your second round of qualifying. This is a great combination right here. Father and son find themselves on the line going down the track together in the first round. The father driving the Dixie Twister of Houston Platts. That is Rob Walden. The son, third generation racer Robbie Walden, driving the Moonshot 2 owned by Sam Gable. He finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. The Dixie Twister, mechanically, both these cars mechanically fuel injected, and coincidentally both motors built by the man driving the Dixie Twister. That is Rob Walden, son of the legendary Lamar Walden, Mr. 409. Oh, lots of wheel spin right there for Robbie Walden. You know, he's got to hate to watch Dad go off into the distance like that, because that's one of the few chances you got for the kid to take over and teach the dad something. But maybe they'll do it again in the second round of AFX qualifying, but exciting nonetheless. Superstock, we need you to the lanes. Superstock, this is your call to the lanes for second round of qualifying. All right, the Southern Comfort of Todd Wimberly finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Jeffrey Ferguson over there in the Wild and Woolly 2, the winner, the guy who got to the finish line first at Brainerd Motorsports Park. He finds himself in the right lane, and that car has already reset the elapsed time record in our AFX category. Boy, great pass right there. 0.92 the margin of victory at the stripe, so less than 1/10 of a second. The margin of victory right there. That is a drag race in qualifying. That is a good one. So Superstock should be in the lanes now. Superstock should be in the lanes now. This is Allan Platt right here driving a replica of his father's car. His father being Hubert Platt, the Georgia Shaker 3, 427 cubic inches of FE power underneath the hood right here for Allan Platt. Tons of tire spin right there for Allan Platt as he just powered the racetrack, really overpowered it. Saw a lot of shake in the rear tires, but he gets it down the track safely. And we've got A-Gas qualifications. Number one qualifier in A-Gas after first round sits the Happy Days of Ben Christopher, followed by very closely by Chase Howard in the USA 1. Kenneth Phillips in the Silver Streak 2. Good to see him back in that top three. Finds himself third. And Allan Pitman finds himself fourth. That's a good qualifying for Allan Pitman as he continues to gain confidence and get things worked out in that chassis. The fifth qualifier going to be the Chick Magnet of Leslie Horn, followed by Greg Steltz in the Joker. Doyle Lynn in the Honky Tonk rounds out the top seven. Coming in eighth is going to be Ray Belaloo in the Bad Alibi. Barry Adler, and then Barry Lynn with his troubles. He is 10th. So those guys look to get back into the mix in round number 2. So we'll see some definite changes right there. So we need Superstock in the lanes. This is your third call, Superstock. You should already be in the lanes. I've called you 3 times, so let's get to the lanes so we can keep this qualification rolling.
Don Baskin Truck Sales has any kind of truck and trailer you will ever need. We have the largest selection and variety of trucks and trailers in the country with over 2,000 units in stock. Financing is available. Visit our dealership at 1870 Highway 51 South in Covington, Tennessee, or visit our website at baskintrucksales.com or call 1-800-331-7110. Don Baskin Truck Sales has the truck and or trailer to get the job done.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your street car or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a quick-time performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves.
Summit Racing Equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment. Harbin's Mechanical serves Atlanta, Georgia, and its metro area. From the big jobs downtown to the jobs in your hometown of the suburbs, they are your #1 source for your HVAC and refrigeration needs in Atlanta and its metro area. Stay cool in Hotlanta with Harbin's Mechanical Services.
Rob Walden in the Dixie Twister, followed by Allan Platt in the Georgia Shaker, and third-generation racer Robbie Walden rounds out the top 5 there. After the first round of qualifying, I definitely expect to see some numbers fall and some things get shaken up in our qualifying order. Definitely having a second chance to make some adjustments for this track as we get ready for second round. You're definitely going to see some changes, especially in our A-gas category and probably all the categories combined. Once again, I want to thank our folks for tuning in out there on the internet and seeing the live stream. We're going to try to continue the live streams throughout the rest of the year here with the Southeast Gassers. So if there's a race that you can't get to, we want you to be at all of them, but tune in on our YouTube channel. You'll be able to see them there, as that is our plan for the rest of the year. Superstock, you need to be in the lanes. We need to get this thing moving. C-Gas, you need to be right behind them. So Superstock and C-Gas, we need you guys to the lanes, please.
Yeah, I can hear you.
See gas, you should be in the lanes, please. I'm sorry. Right here, he's in the third spot. His first race ever with us. You know, goes to show by a quality car, makes some adjustments right there, and so as we continue to move down the Superstock category, Tony Novasodski, you know, he's sitting in there in the fourth slot, and that car continues to do better and better. So, and you got to think Rob Walden, the winner of our last event, he had some trouble in round one. Superstock round number 2 of qualifying, as we are ready to bring that your way. Just going to get a couple of things buttoned up here in the tower and some things rebooted, and we will be right back to action. Keep in mind, once again, our next race is going to be Mountain Madness, September the 19th and 20th. Knoxville Dragway. Here we're going to stay in the great state of Tennessee. Move back over to West Claps Dragway there in the eastern Tennessee area. We'll be there on September the 19th and 20th. Once again, going to try to have a live feed as well for you guys, but if you can make it out, that is definitely one to come to. Beautiful place right there, nice and cool between the valley. We like to call it Thunder Valley Junior, as it is a popular spot for us and always bringing a great crowd. So second round qualifying, getting ready to roll into the box right here. The aforementioned Tony Novasodski in his public enemy, the 96 Chevy, finds itself over in the quick time performance lane on the right side. On the left side, going to be the Hayden, Alabama racer Allan Lovelady in the underdog. His wife Shannon out in front of his car, that 67 Camaro. What a beautiful piece that is. Lovelady living a dream out here racing with the Southeast Gassers. You won't find a guy who loves it more than Allan Lovelady in his car that he calls the underdog. So Allan Lovelady makes a big improvement. Novasodski, he makes an improvement as well. So both of those cars, elapsed time gets better. So we'll see if that makes any difference in their seating here in qualifying for round number 2. There is Bryant Dalton in the aforementioned Ford Falcon over in the quick time performance right lane. He's the number 2 qualifier and the number 2 man in points this year. He's got to get tired of chasing Jerry Dean as he's been trying to catch him all year and have been unable to do so. Mickey Huddleston in the Tricky Mickey, the number 5, finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Nice move right there by Bryant Dalton as he leaves the line. Dalton is going to not improve his elapsed time. Huddleston will slightly improve his time by about 4 thousandths. So a better run right there by Huddleston. All right, Don Wilmot from Decatur, Georgia, going to be here in his 66 Mustang Coupe. He's going to find himself in the quick time performance right lane. And in the left lane, John Wise out of Attica, New York, in the Gold Dust, the number 3 qualifier, going to be in that Barracuda. Don Wilmot making a move toward the center as he got the front wheels up on that Superstock car. Really good run right there by Wise. He is going to improve his elapsed time. Don't know if it's going to be enough to get up into that number 2 slot, but I know he's not going to be in the number 1 slot. Wilmot, he makes a nice improvement as well after a erratic start on the starting line. Still gets that car down and makes a better pass in round number 1 qualifier. Jerry Dean in the last Rebel 2 going to find himself in the quick time performance right lane. And in the left lane going to be the number 8 qualifier, but man that won our event at Brainerd Motorsports Park, Rob Walden, out of the Doyleville, Georgia area. In his 63 Biscayne, he'll be in the Larice Motorsports in left lane. Rob Walden definitely going to get up in there and shake something up here with a good run. Jerry Dean got to be thinking there's something that he's working on here in this round, whether it's the temperature of the track, trying to work on his shock combination for the heat that's built in the track. And you see Karen Mitchell out front of his car, bringing him up to the line. She is credited with being part of the genius for this car, the last Rebel 2, out of Lacey's Spring, Alabama. Not too many times you see a Superstock car carry the front wheels in the air that far, but Rob Walden makes a nice move. He's going to get up into the top 4 with that pass right there, and what a shot right there at the finish line. Brought to you by our live feed. That is a great shot. I love that speed trap shot as our cars go by there. So Rob Walden getting in the mix, and we're going to go to C-Gas. That'll be the next class sitting in the lanes. And as we get to C-Gas, I'm going to go ahead and call our B-Gas cars to the lanes, please. B-Gas, you need to make your way to the lanes now. Fans watching out there on the YouTube channel, tune in, let us know where you're from. Mike Sampson watching from Knoxville. Hey, we expect to see you in September the 19th and 20th, Mike, out there at Knoxville Dragway in McMinnville, Tennessee. right, C-Gas, 10 pounds per cubic inch of displacement. Coming your way right here, Scott Wallace out of Ellery, Illinois is going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in that 1952 Pontiac that he calls the Indian Outlaw. The quick draw out of Shelbyville, West Virginia, piloted by Diana Casto, going to find itself over in the quick time performance lane on the right-hand side. Casto, the number 9 qualifier after round number 1. She's definitely looking to make a move right here. I think she had some problems in that round. And I know Scott Wallace had some problems. He's the number 8 qualifier after round number 1 as well. Lexus Phillips getting Casto up to the line. Both cars into the pre-stage. Yeah, she makes a little 0.003 of a second improvement as well. So not a lot, but something to build on right there for Diana Casto as she gets ready to head into the elimination round number 1. And we continue on with C-Gas qualifying round number 2. And as we do, I'm going to call B-Gas once again to the lanes. B-Gas once again needs to be in the lanes, please. All right, Randy Kiefer, number 6 qualifier. He's up first in the right-hand lane. Kiefer in that 56 Pontiac Chieftain wagon, the Spine Tingler 2. He's out of Crossville, Tennessee. Butler Performance Race Engine under the hood for him in the Quick Time Performance right lane. In the left lane, going to find Ben Helms out of Lebanon, Tennessee, in the odd rod, the 1941 Chevy, as he calls it. And Ben Shaw, the number 2 qualifier here today, as he looks to try to run down Jaron Purdue. Ben Helms definitely on that tree. 038 light for him as he stays very consistent, but no improvement. Now, as far as Randy Kiefer, he is not going to improve his elapsed time as well. But Ben Shaw definitely with a lightning bolt on the tree. That is going to be something that those C-Gas cars are going to have to contend with as the odd rod cutting them down on the tree so far here in the first 2 passes he's made today. Number 1 qualifier, Jaron Purdue, going to be over in the quick time performance right lane. He's going to go down the track alongside the number 3 qualifier, Ernie Smith, in the Saturday Night Special. These 2 guys lead the point standings. Purdue, number 1 right now, with Ernie Smith hot on his trails in the number 2 slot. So these 2 cars, the number 1 and 2 in our point standings, and number 1 and 3 here today in qualifying as they look to try to get just a little bit more out of each car. The Fulton Power goes through the lights, and a slight improvement for him. Ernie Smith, no improvement for him on the lights, on the elapsed time. But both those guys doing a good job on the Christmas tree as they drop in the clutch in a timely fashion. Big Gas, you need to be in the lanes. Big Gas in the lanes now. John Ladic going to be over in the QuickTime Performance right lane. Ladic had trouble in the first round, unable to really make a pass as he rolled through the beams. Alfred Adams, the number 4 qualifier, finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in his 55 Chevy. Ladic in a 57 in the right lane. Gene Fulton Power Plant underneath the hood for Alfred Adams out of Clover, South Carolina, in the Dammit Bob. Krabby Kenny, we're glad you're tuning in out there from Attica, New York, pulling for your brother. No improvement that time for the Alfred Adams car, but John Ladic gets up into the mix. He's going to be clicking in there around the number 9 or 10 slot as he was below that. Continuing on with SEGA, we got Brad Wimberly coming up in the Southern Sizzler, the 62 Comet. He'll be over in the QuickTime Performance right-hand lane. In the left side is going to be Mark Hollock, the number 7 qualifier in the Sasquatch, that 56 Chevy. Brad Wimberly qualified in the 5 slot. Halleck in the 7 slot, so these two guys trying their best to improve those qualifying times. Really got to give it to Wimberly. He impressed me last night. They had a rear end problem. They had to put a new 3rd member in the rear end, and they had that car torn all apart after first pass down the racetrack. There were parts everywhere. They had about 3 guys under there working on that car. His brother, dad, and other teammates. He come back out for another pass, and he did not go light on that car. I mean, he let it eat down the racetrack in a car. So Wimberly, no improvement that time on, well, a little bit of an improvement. He got about 0.003 improvement right there. Mark Halleck, very consistent. He almost down to the number exactly. He run the same exact ET Mark Halleck did. I mean, down to the 1,000th of a second. So don't often see that, but that's going to conclude C gas, and we get ready to move to B gas. And as we call B gas, we're going to make sure we get them to the line, and A gas is going to be called to the lanes. A gas, you need to mobilize and get to the lanes, please. Glad to see Ben Helms in the chat right here. He's the driver of the Pucker Time, unable to make it on this trip. He said he's going to have that one out at Shadyside after probably some changes and some improvements, but a beautiful race car. I've always loved that car. Very patriotic. Ben, we miss you out here, buddy, and hope to see you back out here with us racing soon. He's going to be over there in the quick time performance right lane with that Gene Fulton 319 cubic inch motor underneath the hood for him. Mark Jones in the Mini Quick 3, the number 6 qualifier. He's out of Arkansas. He's going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane. McKe not too far off the number of Charlie Lee, who was our number 1 qualifier here in B-Gas. Going to try to climb one more rung on that qualifying ladder and get to the number 1 spot. But hey, we're just getting started here in B-Gas, and a lot of things can change and move around. You got Michael Odin. He's been working on a transmission down there. Had some trouble in round number 1. If he gets everything fixed right, you know he's going to shake things up. McKe has to abort the run after moving over to the right, but he had a great 0.11 reaction time. Jones making an improvement on his elapsed times. He shaves about 0.05 off of his round number 1 qualifying time. Don't know if that's going to be enough to move him around in the qualifying order. On the starting line, I'm telling you folks, you need to be watching this one. Battle of 2 good Chevy 2s right here. The man who has won 2 events already this year and runner-up in our last one at Brainerd Motorsports Park, that is Ken Rainwater. He's going to find himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. He's going to go down the track alongside of Wayne Swaffford in a car he calls Leroy, another 66 Chevy 2. It possesses Gene Fulton power underneath the hood, 306 cubic inches for him. He's got a carburetor. Ken Rainwater got the mechanical fuel injection on his. Rainwater, the number 3 qualifier. Swaffford, the number 4 qualifier here after round number 1. This could be a final round race anywhere we go. Swaffford leaves early, and his car takes a violent move to the right, so he puts the clutch in and thinks better of it. Rainwater going to improve on his elapsed time by about 1/10. So the red light problem in qualifying. So we'll continue on. Big Gas continues on. Next up, the number 1 qualifier, Charlie Lee. Charlie Lee is our winner of our last event at Brainerd Motorsports Park down in Ringgold, Georgia. Brings his Mustang Coupe out of Sparta, Tennessee to the starting line. He's going to go down the track alongside the disorderly conduct of John Mclofflin out of Alabama. The 48 Willis, again, messed that up. The 48 Anglia of John Mclofflin. Mclofflin moving in. He's already turned on both stage bulbs. Here we go. Light turns green. So no real problems right there. There's a little bit of a quick stage up right there as Mclofflin turned on both bulbs and Lee had to jump in there. Lee makes a good run, not too far off of his number one qualifying spot, but not enough to be better. But it was kind of an odd feeling there on the line. So Charlie Lee going to remain the number one qualifier right now. If I'm not mistaken, and I'm guessing correctly, I think Ken Rainwater is going to jump over McKe and get to that number 2 spot, but we'll let you know officially here in just a moment. Kelvin Cannon, the number 5 qualifier, going to be in the quick time performance right lane in that 33 Thames panel van. Michael Odin going to be in the left lane in the double down 2. The 1962 Chevy 2. He's out of Birmingham, Alabama with one-way technology power underneath the hood for him. Odin won the event last year at our Gulfport, Mississippi race. That was his first ever win and only win to date. But that car has gone deep into competition many times here with Odin, the 21-year-old behind the wheel. So Michael Odin getting down there and getting off the line. Looks like he got some things fixed. A good representative run. Not the fastest I've ever seen Michael Odin, but, you know, good 0.92 reaction time for him on the starting line. Kelvin Cannon, no improvement in his, but definitely Michael Odin. He gets up there in the top 5 with that run. That's going to be terminal for him today. So he is going to be out of competition. Is Greg Steltz in the Joker. That is unfortunate for our fans here today and unfortunate for our YouTube fans. 250 of you online right now just alone on our YouTube channel. All right. Number 2 qualifier, Chase Howard, going to be in the quick time performance lane in his 67 Chevelle Super Sport over there with a Gene Fulton power plant underneath the hood. So he'll be in the right lane. In the left lane, going to be the number 3 qualifier in the 58 Corvette, Kenneth Phillips in the Silver Streak. Both these cars have the Gene Fulton engines in them. One small block for Kenneth Phillips, one big block for Chase Howard. Howard with a 477 cubic inch application, 385 cubic inches, the combination for the lightweight 58 Corvette. Remember, 6 pounds per cubic inch here in our A-gas category. Chase Howard with a hard move to the left as that car moves hard, and he just aborts that run. Both guys 0.44 and 0.45 on the tree. Kenneth Phillips going to make an improvement in his elapsed time right there as he shaves about 5 numbers off, about 5 hundredths better for him. So Chase Howard having a tough run right there. So if you're viewing out there on our YouTube channel or our Facebook page, make sure you give a like and a subscribe and know when we go live on any of our social media platforms. We'd love to know that you're out there. I see Alberta, Canada says that he is in the stands. So Nostalgia Drag Racing, we're glad you're out there in the stands with us today. So we're just about next up to the fastest cars we got here on the property. That is going to be the Chick Magnet of Leslie Horn in the quick time performance lane. He is the number 5 qualifier after having some problems in round number 1. And the number 1 qualifier, Ben Christopher, finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in his beautiful car called the Happy Days, the 66 Chevy 2 with the Jason Line power plant underneath the hood for him. Just a textbook beautiful run, wheels up in the air a while ago for Ben Christopher as he made that powerful move to the number 1 spot, as he's going to try to replicate that here, or even better, that number. Ben Christopher lowers the elapsed time for the number 1 qualifier here today, but Leslie Horn hot on his trails. Leslie Horn going to move to the number 2 spot, but Ben Christopher going to remain number 1 as he lowers it another 0.02 of a second. Ben Christopher looks to have that Happy Days on a rail today. That was a great run, though, by Leslie Horn. That could be your final anywhere we go. So that was a good one right there. Folks, that's a sample of what you're going to see coming up later on when we get to eliminations. And it very easily could be decided on the tree. Ben Christopher that time didn't have as good a light as Leslie Horn. I didn't get a chance to see the margin of victory at the stripe. That margin of victory actually went to Leslie Horn. He got to the line first by 1,000th of a second. That margin of victory on that qualifying round was 1,000th of a second. 0.0017. That is razor thin, folks. Alton, Georgia, and his 51 Henry J called the Honky Tonk. He'll be over in the Quick Time Performance right lane. And in the left lane, the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane will be the 63 Corvette, piloted by Barry Adler, called the Iron Eagle. Adler had some problems and come in the number 9 qualifier after round number 1, and Doyle being the number 7 qualifier after round number 1. Barry Adler goes to the top. Barry Adler sets the number 1 spot right there and has an 024 light to go with it. So Adler letting notice be served that he is not going to go quietly here in A-Gas today, and is going to definitely try to defend what he did at Brainerd Motorsports Park, as he just went to the top in qualifying here, second round in A-Gas. That is going to be a barn burner in A-Gas today, folks. These guys have it down. All right, we'll continue on with A-Gas as we're looking for Allan Pitman. We know he's got to be coming up. Unfortunately, again, Greg Steltz in the Joker had some terminal problems, so he is out of competition here today. So he won't even be able to make a qualifying pass here in round number 2. And that is unfortunate for the man from Wapaka, Wisconsin, who travels to every event. Hate that for him. Ray Belaloo into Bad Alibi, the number 8 qualifier, finds himself in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. 55 Ford that he drives out of Georgia. Greer, South Carolina racer Barry Lynn in the Little Red Wagon finds himself in the Quick Time Performance right lane with his 477 cubic inch Par Race engine. Out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, Scott Duggins and Par Race Engines providing the power. Christy Burchett bringing up Ray Belaloo. Robin Harris bringing Barry Lynn to the line as they get set for this next and last qualifying pass they have here today. A lot of tire spin right there for Barry Lynn, but a good reaction time and a better elapsed time for him, and it's going to get him up where he needs to be in this field today. Looks like we still got I see Mike Sward down there letting everybody know we're coming on the left lane here. They're going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Allan Pitman piloting the 41 Willis right there of the Pitman and Sward crew. So Allan Pitman, the number 4 qualifier after round number 1, going to try to improve on that elapsed time, as he has got to have a lot of confidence now going into this pass after making a great A to B straight pass. There you see Swartz grading on the back of that beautiful 41 Willis with the 451 cubic inch Gene Fulton power plant underneath the hood. for Allan Pitman, the former Pro Modified World Champion. So Pitman does not improve on his elapsed time, but another good straight A to B run right there. And if you knew the troubles they had had in the past with that car, still something solid to build on right there for Allan Pitman as we go into eliminations round number 1 here today at Jackson Dragway. Once again, if you're tuning in out there on the World Wide Web, give us a like and give us a subscribe. If you like what you see right here with the Southeast Gassers, we'll be trying to continue some of these live feeds for the rest of the year, and you'll be able to catch all the action as we come up next. Our next event going to stay in the great state of Tennessee here, but we're going to go move way out east to Knoxville and Rocky Top, where we go to the Knoxville Dragway on September the 19th and 20th for the Mountain Madness over there at Knoxville Dragway at West Clapp's facility right there. AFX going to be the next class up. And in that AFX class, we got Todd Wimberly over there in the quick time performance lane in the car he calls the Southern Comfort. Beautiful Falcon right there that he's been campaigning for several years. Walden driving the Dixie Twister. Remember, these AFX cars they do run on methanol, and they are mechanically fuel injected. And if that Southern Comfort car looks familiar, his brother Brad Wimberly drives the Southern Sizzler, painted very similar, but it's a 62 Comet where we got a Falcon right here. .076 on the tree right there for Wimberly, and he takes that down the racetrack, makes a nice improvement. He shaves about a 10th off of his elapsed time from the first round, but still not enough to chase down Jeffrey Ferguson in the Wild Willie 2. Robbie Walden coming up next in the Moonshot 2. He's the number 5 qualifier after round number 1. And Robbie's going to take on the number 1 qualifier after round 1, Jeffrey Ferguson in the Wild and Woolly. Ferguson actually reached the stripe first at our event at Brainerd, but forgot to go to technical inspection before going to his trailer, and thus was disqualified. He went to his trailer first before he went to technical inspection of a post-race inspection. So he was stripped of that win, but nonetheless, a definite great runner right there is Jeffrey Ferguson, and he's bound to show that here today to make up for that loss that he took at Brainerd. Both cars very straight down the racetrack. Both cars improved drastically on their elapsed time. Maybe not as drastic for Ferguson as he was the number 1 qualifier, but he shaves about 400ths off of that time. But Robbie Walden gets up into the mix here as he'll put himself solidly into the top 3. Or maybe the top 4. 1/100th of a second separating those two cars. 2/100ths of a second back of them is Leslie Horn in the Chick Magnet. 2/200ths back of Ben Christopher is the number 3 qualifier. So then at 2 more hundredths of a second finds our number 4 qualifier, Chase Howard. So I'm telling you, the first 4 cars are separated, the first 5 cars are separated by nothing more than 5/100ths of a second. Kenneth Phillips finds himself in the 5th slot. Allan Pitman in the 41 Willis sits 6th. Barry Lynn 7th. Doyle Lynn 8th. And Ray Belaloo 9th. No relation between Doyle Lynn and Barry Lynn, although they do sport the nice silver hair and a goatee or beard. Two rounds of qualifying here today, and we'll move into eliminations after a short recess and opening ceremonies. We're going to take a little break right here, let some track work take its place, and we will be back to opening ceremonies later today. And now, if you are watching on our Facebook page, remember you need to switch over to our YouTube channel, or you will not be able to watch eliminations here today from Jackson Dragway in Jackson, Tennessee. So all Facebook traffic needs to move over to the YouTube channel if you want to see the rest of the racing today. And if you are on the stream with us, as we take this break, we're going to be showing you some action from previous races and races here in the Southeast Gasser. So that'll keep you entertained and keep you right there. So we are glad to have you on the live feed.
Frazier, 2 in a row to start 2025 in H-Gas.
How about that? How about that?
It's darn good, man.
I told you, every time we run the bug, we're on it. That's a tenth better than I've run all day long.
You were on it, beat the bug. Again, you squashed it, if we could say, 2 times in a row now. You're certainly got a stronghold on this points lead.
Yeah. I hope so. We got it. Gets a new motor for the next race.
In a second final for the second race in a row, but this time it is a win for Allan Platt. Allan, congratulations.
Woo, baby! I needed this bad, brother. That's my low lapse time of the day, top speed of the day. Man, I couldn't be happier, brother. I'm on cloud 9 right now. Yeah!
Yeah, scrape with the wall, barely dinging the bumper, and now a win.
Hey, about crashed this thing last night. I put it in a winner's circle tonight. Man, that's the way I do. You know, a couple of years ago, the Youngblood team did that. They crashed, came back and won. And now I've done it too, and I'm proud of it, buddy. I am proud of it. We worked hard, and I couldn't be any happier. Couldn't be any happier.
Allan Platt, winner in AFX here at Shadyside. You know, rebels are supposed to be the ones that don't win that often, but Jerry Dean, you win a whole lot in SEGA competition.
We're just extremely lucky. We've got a good car, but it's a little aggravating sometimes, but that's the way racing is. And today was a good day for us. We made some pretty consecutive runs that run good. Normally we make a good one and a bad one, but we're still hunting that magic spot. Maybe we'll find it someday.
Jerry Dean, your winner here at the Shelby Nationals, Shadyside Dragway in Superstock. Tim Hall, we said you just might come out and play spoiler, and you absolutely just did that.
I got lucky on that one. My fuel pump quit mid-run. Ernie was catching me. I thought he was going to pass me on top end. I did not know who won. I thought he won. and it cut off down there, and I couldn't get it cranked. That's why it took me so long to get here. I got the hood up, and I beat on the fuel pump with my hand and got it to start back running so I could drive up here.
It might have took you a while to get to the ticket booth in this interview, but you were right on time for a win here at Shadyside.
It feels real good. I'm glad we came. Enjoyed it. And probably try to be at Alabama probably. So.
We've been talking about in B-Gas this whole time, young guns, but the Renegade, Ken Rainwater, wins at Shadyside.
And that was awesome. It's been a few years, 21, we won 6 races and won a championship. This is the first race we've won since then. So it's been a lot of hard work, and glad to be back. He's a heck of a competitor, and he's whooped me the last 4 or 5 times I've run him, so it's nice to get one on him.
Ken Rainwater is the winner in B-Gas here at Shadyside for the Shelby Nationals.
Thank you.
Chase Howard in the USA 1 Chevelle in A-Gas is your winner here at Shadyside. Chase, been working hard for this one and finally get it in 2025.
Finally got us another one here at our home track. It's been a while since we won one. The last time we won one was here. We put in a lot of hard work. We had struggles getting here, struggles getting the car down the track, making decent ET. We've been picking at it all day, picking up a little bit here and there. We're nowhere near #1 qualifier at every race, but we're consistently in the top 5. We've been putting in work at home, and it paid off here today.
South Georgia Motorsports Park was a record-setting track. This track, though good, it was hot, it was greasy. Do you feel like a track like this, it's right in the wheelhouse for you and someone like Scotty Cannon helping turn the knobs in the pit?
Absolutely. A man of his caliber is, a great tool to have in your bag. He helps me night and day pick this thing apart, pick out the ET, pick it up. South Georgia, we had a bad draw in the first round. We go out there, qualify #4, and against Mr. Chick Magnet himself, Leslie Horn, and he pulls a rabbit out of the bag and sets the record against us and puts us on the trailer. But we got sweet redemption here this weekend.
Absolutely. Chase Howard, your A-Gas winner for the Shelby Nationals, presented by Robbins Repairables. Woo! H-Gas champion here at Knoxville Dragway for the Ram Clutches Nationals. Well, it's not a Volkswagen. It's an Anglia with a Pontiac in it, and this man is certainly not in his traditional purple. Colobby Welch, you come out and you get a win in H-Gas. Why this car? Why this gas? And how on this big win?
I guess starting with it, we came up with this car, me and Ron Allison from Zach Hall. Him and his dad were building it and kind of abandoned project on it. We thought a H-Gas car, it's got to be something little and light. After that, we kind of scoured the rule book and, played out what the best combinations were. We wanted to play into small cubic inch, get it as light as possible. So we started looking at the Pontiac. It's one of the two combinations you can run a crossflow head on. Parts are pretty readily available because it's based on a 389. And so we kind of took it from there. We've been working on this thing for probably 2 years just on the powertrain side of it. Fought a lot of battles. I mean, it doesn't want to do what we're doing with it. So we, kind of had to complement some areas and work on it hard there. Got it out last season, late in the year, for some dyno time, playing with it there. Tore it up right off the get-go. We had issues with the block. So we came back and I came up with some plates. We welded in the block and did some different stuff to kind of eliminate vibration, bring some strength into it, and went from there. It's been a long time coming. A ton of engineering and work, a lot of hours have been put into it, so it's great to pay off being out at this first race with an H-Gas win.
Colobby Welch with the H-Gas win here at Knoxville Dragway. In AFX here at Knoxville Dragway for the Ram Clutches Nationals. It's the car that Todd Wimberly drives, which is Southern Comfort, but it is Daniel Haynes with the win. Our champion in B-Gas from last year. You haven't raced until this point, and you come out in a debut in this class, in this car, and get a win.
Man, it's been such a fun day. The car is just totally different than what I'm accustomed to, but, I kind of got a little bit comfortable in it over the course of the day. Had some high hills to climb, and we've managed to do that. I think I did my job most of the day, so, man, I'm just super stoked to be here. I didn't see this happening.
Well, we just saw it happen. Can we see you in this hot rod again, or are you going to be building your own AFXer at this point?
I will not be building my own AFXer, but this might not be my last trip down the track in this one.
Daniel Haynes, your event champion here for the Ram Clutches Nationals at Knoxville Dragway. Again, he is a winner in Superstock. Jerry Dean picks up the win here at Knoxville Dragway. All right, we know that you have won this event, and you are winning and dominating. But give us the rundown on how challenging it was today for your little rod to actually compete in what was muggy, terrible air conditions.
We fought it all day trying to get down the track. We could make one decent run and two bad runs, and we kept just a damn clutch in it and got it a lot better, and then we switched lanes to the right lane, and it was better for us and made a good run in the final there. But it's been a tough day. It got the best crew in the world, Karen Mitchell, Dennis Mitchell, David Richardson, David Dean, and Buck Rogers, and they work their tails off, and I owe this to them.
Jerry Dean, your Ram Clutches Nationals winner here in Superstock at Knoxville Dragway. He wasn't at the first race. Then the second race, motor issues puts him out. Third race, as it has worked out, you come up to old Rocky Top and defending champ, you get right back on track with a win, Todd Odin.
Hey, I love this racetrack. This is my winningest racetrack now, and I love coming here every time. I can't say about this old girl. We battled today. We busted a transmission. We had all kind of issues. But I thank my team so much, and it's just, you can't do it without good people, and I'm surrounded by great people.
Todd Odin, your champion for the Ram Clutches Nationals here at Knoxville Dragway in Seagas. As he's putting the trophy on top of the car, Leslie Horn, once again, another win. You started the season off winning the first race of this 2025 season. Coming to Knoxville and defend your event win from last year here at this race. But I would say most people didn't really have you picked to win this.
No, I didn't have myself picked to win it either. All the boys was faster than me. Everybody I run today was faster than me. It just so happened I was pretty good on the tree today, and I tell you, we was trying to get this thing in before this rain hit. I want you to look, it's just now started raining. We pushed and pushed and pushed, and the crew here at K-Town done a great job. My staff done a great job. The racers done a great job, and we've got it in. Here we are, and I'm glad to win. This is the third one in a row here at Knoxville. We'll try to make it a fourth one at the end.
Leslie Horn, your winner in AGAS at Knoxville Dragway for the Ram Clutches Nationals. Hello, SEGA fans. Lee Craft here, aka the Monday Morning Racer. These days with the Southeast Gassers Association, I'm working with them as their media director. I'm in charge of forming and bringing in the media team that films the races so that you can see the action that took place. And I'm here to say I'm sorry. The camera operator down track did not hit record at the necessary time to capture this final between Ted McKe and Ken Rainwater in the B-Gas category. It was a great final, and congratulations to Ken Rainwater. This happens from time to time, though, where
in the quick time performance left, in the Larice Motorsports left lane, going to find Don Wilmot out of Decatur in his 60s. Here as they get ready for first round of eliminations. As he grabs second gear trying to get down the racetrack. All right. Wilmot had the starting line advantage, but that was not enough as that big wheel stand kind of took something away from him, and Rob Walden moves on to round number 2. So Superstock getting started out with a big wheel stand by Wilmot. And Rob Walden takes that advantage of that wheel stand and moves on. All right, next pair up, going to find the number 2 qualifier, Bryant Dalton Sr. So last call here, if you're on our Facebook, YouTube page out there in the internet, if you're on our Facebook page watching the live feed, this is your last call. You better switch over to the YouTube channel. The Southeast Gasser YouTube channel is where you'll find eliminations, and we're about to click that button right now. So Bryant Dalton Sr., the number 2 qualifier here today, going to be on Mickey Huddleston and the Tricky Mickey, who's the number 7 qualifier. These guys on the bottom half of the bracket right here. Robin Harris bringing Bryant Dalton Sr. up to the line in his 63 Ford Falcon Sprint, or Falcon Futura. And then the 62 Chevrolet of Mickey Huddleston, the Tricky Mickey, on those 7-inch Hoosier tires. Looks like some rocks falling out the back of Huddleston's car right there on the starting line. They'll have to address those rocks that fell out of the car on the starting line, I'm sure. But taking it on to victory will be Dalton, as he'll move into round number 2 on the bottom part of the bracket. Number 3 qualifier, John Wise. I keep messing that name up. John Wiz out of Attica, New York, in the Gold Dust. He's going to be taking on Tony Novasodski in the Public Enemy. This is going to be a good matchup right here. Wise with a good performing Barracuda right here. Novasodski keeps getting better every pass in that 56 Chevy he calls the Public Enemy out of Gardendale, Alabama. Winner of this one going to take on Bryant Dalton Sr. All right. Need B gas to the lanes, please. B gas to the lanes, please, as John Wise moves on to take on Bryant Dalton Sr. in the next round. So, the last pair out going to find the number 1 qualifier, Jerry Dean, in the last Rebel out of Lacey's Spring, Alabama. Taking on another Alabama racer right here, Allan Lovelady out of Hayden, Alabama. That'll be the 4th pair out here today in Superstock. Some work down there on the starting line. Got some things to take care of before we get this pair fired and to the line. All right, so we got some So next up, we got the battle of the Alabama racers right here. Jerry Dean, the man who has our world champion last year in Superstock and our points leader currently in the last Rebel 2. He's going to be in the Quick Time Performance right lane. There you see his crew chief, Karen Mitchell, out there studying the lanes right now, finding out where she wants her driver to be. While we got track personnel checking out the top end, she's checking out the starting line where she's going to try to get the best launch for her driver. Joey Reed going to try to help out the Hayden, Alabama racer, Allan Lovelady, in his 67 Camaro that he calls the Underdog. So while we got a little bit of downtime, got a guest with us up here. And unfortunately, he's not a guest because he wants to be, but Greg Steltz, unfortunately, the Joker laid down on you today. Tell us what kind of problems you had out there in your A-gas car and what all happened.
Well, pretty much in the first round there in qualifying, car ran all right. It spun the tires. Track is a little slick there in the beginning. And I drove it all the way back to the pits. It was fine. I was taking clutch out of it, and we couldn't turn the motor over. So ended up checking it out, and what it is the timing chain. Well, it's a belt, and we ended up busting the belt in it, and took us out the rest of the day. Really sucks because I know we had something for him. So last night in qualifying and our testing last night, the car was really good. If I would have made that last hit, we would have run a number last night. So we felt pretty good about today. So it sucks, and it is what it is, and now we're up here.
Well, you've made no bones about it. I mean, you've been on a 1.5-year journey. You know, the quest, the driving force behind you is the world record, the elapsed time record that you're trying to get, and you're closing the gap. I mean, that's like you said. What has been some of the changes that you have instituted to help you close the gap being here in the Southeast Gassers?
The biggest thing right now is our engine program. We're changing, is definitely helping, and just learning more. I mean, the clutch and transmission in the right gears is really critical. Everybody here they got to be changing all the time. So, you know, track changes every day, every hour. So it's definitely tough to figure it out. But if you want to be fast, you got to be on top of it.
So so what you're telling our viewers and our fans is when the track changes, sometimes that necessitates a gear change on your part.
Yeah, sometimes the first gear change. Most of it's usually clutch or timing is what we do. But it all depends. You know, and everybody's really picking it up in A-gas. I mean, anybody can win. I mean, there's a couple that got my number, but hopefully we can get them one of these days.
Well, I was noticing in our elapsed times on qualifying, I mean, the top 5 cars are separated by no less than 0.08 of a second.
Yeah, it's very close, very close. I wish we would have been in there.
Well, and you had the opportunity to be in there giving another run or two, you know, and then who knows what could happen on the tree out there today. So the Wapaka, Wisconsin, how long does it take you to get here to our racetrack today in Jackson, Tennessee?
14 hours to get here today. It's not that long of a ride for us because we're used to going 19 or 20 hours, so 14 hours wasn't so bad.
And Greg, I got to honor the commitment that you guys make, and you know, you being Southerners, we're a little wary of people with accents and people coming into our area, but you guys have fit in so well. I mean, like a hand in a glove, and the common language is the cars, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we love SEGA, we love the people, and that's why we do it. There's a lot of things we can be doing, but this is it, and this is where we're going to be.
Well, like I said, you fit in like a hand to a glove, and your beautiful wife, Leah, you know, she's bought in 100%. She's one of our backup girls out there, and your backup girl specifically, and I know that you can't do it without the help of a companion.
Absolutely. That's the only reason we get the races, because of Leah. True fact.
That is a true fact. But, Greg, I appreciate you staying around up here today and helping us with a little bit of technical expertise as you see the track change and everything as we go through today. We'd welcome you to stay with us as long as possible.
Okay, we will.
Yes, Greg Steltz, driver of the A-Gas Joker, the 1957 Pontiac. As we get ready, we hear cars firing, so we're going to finish up the last pair here in Superstock. And Greg, being in Superstock, what can you make of this run that Jerry Dean's been on in Superstock?
God, Jerry Dean's on fire. I mean, him and Karen really got it together. I definitely think Rob Walden is really wants to get him right now, so we'll see. But Karen knows her stuff. I wish she was on my team.
She really does know her stuff. She's been doing it her whole life, as we see, as we talked about earlier, in the quick time performance lane. That is the aforementioned Jerry Dean in the last Rebel 2, little Chevy 2 out of Lacey's Spring, Alabama. And the Hayden, Alabama racer, Allan Lovelady, in his 67 Camaro sits in the quick time, the Larice Motorsports Insurance, the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. There you see Joey Reed taking some tire temperatures for the Lovelady car, the underdog.
And if you guys notice, Karen, she'll let Jerry Dean know what RPM to leave. You just watch her signals.
Yeah, they're a well-oiled machine. I mean, they do a ton of testing, and I think she knows that car every bump it takes. Oh, Allan Lovelady over the center line, but he brings it back, doesn't knock out a cone, but that's going to disqualify Allan Lovelady. But Jerry Dean was way gone before then. What a beautiful leave that time for Jerry Dean in a Superstock car to carry the wheels like that, Greg.
Yeah, unbelievable. Karen's got that car perfect.
Yeah, the balance on that car really looks good. And as you see, they're still studying the racetrack. And another Alabama guy right there, Ken Rainwater, trying to get some knowledge from Karen as well. And she is definitely one that is to be watched. There's Michael Odin down there. He's taking a look at the other lane in preparation for his first round matchup in his car, the Double Down 2. We're about to move into C-Gas as that finished up our Superstock category. B-Gas, we need you to the lanes, please. B-Gas, we need you to the lanes, please, for your first round of eliminations. Be gas to the lanes for your first round of eliminations. All right, first pair out right here going to be Ben Shaw from Lebanon, Tennessee, the number 2 qualifier, taking on Diana Casto, the number 9 qualifier out of Shelbyville, West Virginia, in the quick draw. She was the number 9 qualifier here today. Diana Casto and her husband Dana Casto been working tirelessly trying to lower the elapsed time and get into the game right here. Now, she's doing great in the points because she didn't miss an event. She goes a few rounds. But, you know, Greg, I know you are, your body shop, you're into the custom car building and you build some high-end custom cars. What do you think about the paint job right here on this quick draw?
Oh, that's amazing. They did an excellent job on that car. I definitely love to have that on mine.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's the other thing that you get here. You get a race and cars. She was on it, but unfortunately ran out at the big end. She laid a little bit of a tree job on it.
Yes, she did. Too bad she couldn't get her done, but it is what it is.
Well, that's another part of getting better. She is getting better behind the wheel and dropping that clutch, and that is no easy accomplishment here, driving a clutch stick shift car. Next up, the number 2 man in our point standings and number 3 qualifier here today, Ernie Smith, finds himself in the quick time performance right lane in his car called the Saturday Night Special. He's going to be taking on Mark Hollock. Mark Hollock over here in the Sasquatch, the number 8 qualifier here today, will be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Greg, we've talked many times about Ernie Smith making his 100th start at Brainerd Motorsports Park. Now he's at start number 101. What is your first reaction when you hear somebody that has made 101 consecutive races?
Dedication, 100%. Unbelievable they made all them races. That's tough. It would be really tough for me, but that's definitely tough.
Well, Ernie Smith doing it with the help of a lot of sponsors. You see there, Priority Heating and Air, Don Baskin Truck Sales, Secured Advantage, Financial Credit Union, and Wings, etc. of Boiling Springs, all on that car helping out. We tease Ernie that he's got a 4-door race car because he can put more sponsorship on that car. So, but he takes it in stride, and Ernie Smith, one to be reckoned with here with that Todd Odin power that he has on his under the hood for him. Got the reds on. Looks like we got something going on down track. Staff here at Jackson Dragway taking every step and every precaution to keep our drivers safe. All right, both cars into the pre-stage here. Who's going to go in first? Hollock goes in first. Ernie Smith, starting line advantage. Car drifts a little bit to the center, but he stays in it. Ernie Smith with a 1:11 reaction time, not his best, but he drives around him with a great elapsed time. So Ernie Smith will be moving on to round number 2. All right, the Southern Sizzler of Brad Wimberly, he's going to be over in the quick time performance right lane. In the left lane is going to be the Ellerby, Illinois driver Scott Wallace in the 1952 Pontiac called the Indian Outlaw. And Greg, I got to ask you, being a car guy, we got a couple of Pontiacs here Swaffords and the Scott Wallace car. Got the working Chieftain up on the hood right there. How cool is that when they turn the lights on?
Definitely super cool. I tried to get one many years ago just because they're so neat, but it's cool to see.
Yeah, that makes for some cool shop art and stuff like that as well. So I imagine those are in high demand. And if you're ever up in that Waupaca, Wisconsin area, you definitely need to drop by Greg's Body Shop, give them a check out over there, because that is a place that I've seen pictures of that really looks like it's a neat place. How long you been there, Greg?
I've been there 7 years. 35,000 square foot facility, 250,000 people been to the facility, so it's super cool to come to. Get a chance out.
Well, if I'm ever up that way in the Great White North, I'm going to do that. And a mini upset right there. Scott Wallace, his wife, she knew it from the beginning. Yeah, I seen her throwing her hands up. So Scott Wallace, after a pretty sizable absence of not being able to make a race, takes out Brad Wimberly right there. And I call that a little mini upset.
Yeah, we call that point robbing.
Yeah, robbing of points. But unfortunately, Brad Wimberly, he's only got a short trip back to Atlanta, or back to that Doraville area of Atlanta. So Scott Wallace is going to move on to the next round in that 52 Pontiac. All right, next pair up going to be Alfred Adams in the Damn It Bob, the number 5 qualifier here today, taking on the number 6 qualifier in a 5-6 matchup with Randy Kiefer in the Spine Tingler. Spine Tingler 2, because he was the Spine Tingler when he was in Superstock trim. Looks like he's having a little trouble getting the Spine Tingler started. So looks like a competition single right here for Alfred Adams. And that is unfortunate. How bad is that when you're sitting in the staging lanes and you just can't get it to fire? I mean, how demoralizing is that, Greg?
Oh, it sucks. It's only happened to me once, you got to sit there and watch them go down the track. It's no good. It really sucks.
And to add insult to injury, if it's a run that you knew that you had a number you could beat them, that's got to hurt even worse.
100%. Yep, 100%. You don't want that to happen.
Well, Alfred Adams out of Clover. That's going to put a pretty good matchup together in the next round with he and Ben Shaw. So Alfred Adams with the Gene Fulton power plant under the hood of that 55 Chevy called the Damn It Bob. He's going to be over there in the quick time performance right lane. Red lights on, so we're going to back him up just a little. Just the red lights are on, so we can reset that and let him go. Luckily, Alfred Adams never got up with the RPMs. He's just letting it idle, but the car's still building heat right there, so he may elect to just take it on a, there we go, got the reds off. He may elect just to take the tree and make a little Sunday drive down the racetrack here at Jackson Dragway. He doesn't have to run hard, but if he wants elapsed time and if he wants the lane choice in the next round, he's going to have to do that. A gas to the lanes, please. A gas. You need to be getting your cars to the lanes, please. A gas to the lanes. So Alfred Adams just going to do just that. He takes the green light. Going to take it easy down the racetrack or starting line, and he'll move on to the next round. So Ben Shaw and Alfred Adams going to be in one matchup next round. Ernie Smith and Scott Wallace going to be in the other matchup. And Jaron Purdue, he's going to have John Lydek coming up here in round number 1 to see who gets the bye in round number 2. Jaron Purdue is the number 1 qualifier here today in SEGA in the 62 Chevy 2 wagon. He calls it Fulton's Ghost. Purdue is out of Peoples, Ohio, going to take the quick time performance right lane. John Lydek out of Perry, Georgia, getting that 57 Chevy. He's going to take the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Reaction time right there by Purdue, and he really nails the coffin shut. Greg, what do you think about that 62 Chevy 2 wagon?
She's fast, definitely fast. Been fast for years, but he's really done a good job since he got that car. So definitely fast.
Yeah, that small block. I mean, when you turn in a motor 10,000 RPMs, you know things are liable to break. But you know, a lot of that harmonics inside the motor, it really can get thrown out of kilter, can it, Greg?
Oh yeah, 100%. That's a lot of RPM for sure. But Fulton definitely has got it down when it comes to the small block game.
Well, and conversely, talk about your big block. What do you leave the line at, if you can divulge that, and what are you looking at as far as shift points per RPM?
I leave anywhere between 6,000 and 7,000. Shift points are probably right around 9,000.
So 9,000 RPMs on a 477 big block, correct?
Correct.
Wow, that is still winding it pretty hard. Now, do you look at your tack, or is it kind of a feel and timing thing for you?
It's pretty much feel and timing. Only time I really see it is probably from second to third to fourth once in a while, but from first to second, I never can see it.
Can understand that, because you got to moving at the 130 mile an hour speeds that you guys are moving at. You really got to keep your eye on the racetrack.
100%. That launch is a handful.
All right, we need A-Gas to the lanes. A-Gas, this is your second call to the lanes. So A-Gas drivers, we need you in the lanes, please. All right, first pair out going to be Ted McKe, the number 3 qualifier, over in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. And Mark Jones. Mark Jones in the Mini Quick 3, that 37 Chevy, going to be over in the right lane. 374 cubic inches of one-way technology horsepower in the quick time performance right lane for Martin Jones. Gene Fulton, 319 cubic inch small block, the choice for Ted McKe in the Rocky Top Missile. McKe, the 23 world champion in B-Gas, sits number 2 right now in our B-Gas category behind Ken Rainwater. As these guys line up, are they doing a good job of getting in their tracks they laid down, Greg?
Oh yeah, definitely. Backup girls. The only way you can get in there is from the backup girls. It takes a lot of time to do that.
All right, that could have been a big upset right there. We got a 0-11 light on both sides right there, but Ted McKe drives through with a elapsed time at the end to nudge out Mark Jones, and hopefully we're going to get a good shot of that on our finish line camera down there, so you folks at home can be seeing that. What a great race right there. Ted McKe escapes what could have been trouble for him in this quest to win a Big Gas championship again. Next up, Kelvin Cannon out of Elizabethton, Tennessee, and Ken Rainwater. So Kelvin Cannon and Ken Rainwater, battle of the K's here. Kelvin Cannon in the quick time performance lane in the panel van. Ken Rainwater, man who is leading the Big Gas points right now and the 22 world champ. He's still in that Renegade car that he took to the championship. One-way cylinder heads helping out right there on the mechanically fuel-injected 66 Chevy 2 of Ken Rainwater. Rainwater out of Kimberly, Alabama. The winner of 2 races already this year and the runner-up at Brainerd Motorsports Park. A couple of beautiful red cars find themselves sitting on the line for you right now. So he red lights. 069 on the light right there for Rainwater, and he runs his best elapsed time of the weekend right there. So Ken Rainwater serving notice in B gas. He is going to be a man to be reckoned with. And a huge matchup in round number 2, because now with McKe being the number 3 qualifier, Rainwater being the number 2, and both of those guys winning first round, they match up in round number 2. If Rainwater can knock him out, that's going to be more points and a more separation that he can get from McKe in this battle for the 25 World Championship. Mclofflin out of Alabama in the 48 Anglia, the disorderly conduct here. Mclofflin, the number 8 qualifier. Mclofflin, the starting line advantage, but Charlie Liddy quickly erases that. Charlie Liddy down the racetrack. Now, taking a car from a coupe and making a fastback out of it, what all is involved in that, Greg? You know, with your body shop experience.
That's a lot of work for sure. He definitely did an awesome job on it. I looked at it, and definitely really, really nice. It takes a lot of hours, and that's what most people don't understand when you get into cars like that. To do a conversion like that, it just costs a lot of money.
Do you think that might be something that he did for aerodynamics here in the Southeast Gassers, or would it really make that big of a difference?
I'm not too sure on that. Maybe a little bit. I think he was looking for more looks.
Well, aesthetically, it does look better to me. The fastback always looks better. All right, Wayne Swaffford, a number 5 qualifier here in his car. He calls Leroy in the Reese Motorsports Insurance left lane. He's out of Fingerville, South Carolina. He's going to be racing Michael Odin out of Birmingham, Alabama, in the Double Down 2, the 1962 Chevy 2, with to win. Margin of victory right there, 7/100ths of a second at the stripe. That was a close one right there. Wayne Swaffford with a starting line advantage and ET advantage. So Wayne Swaffford and Leroy puts Michael Odin out here in first round. For his efforts, he's going to get Tennessee Charlie Lee in the next round, does Swaffford. Rainwater and McKe in another monumental matchup with a lot of points implications comes up in the other side of the bracket. Greg, when you start the second half of the season, you start looking at points and people who, these guys are racing for points. That's why you do this, to try to win a world championship. And that, what we mentioned with Rainwater and McKe, they're being neck and neck right now. What does that do for you morale-wise when you can put somebody on the trailer that is your closest competitor?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely going to help you in the points system. Right now, it's really critical for the points halfway through the season. Pretty much for us, we're pretty much out of the points now, so now we're just going to look for, hopefully, wins. It's definitely going to suck for a lot of people if they get knocked out right away.
Well, and like you said, you're interested in the Joker getting wins, and that's what one of your quests is. Does that make you feel good to be that spoiler in someone's points day, or are you concentrating on, hey, I made it to the top?
Fix it, and we'll see you in Knoxville.
Yeah, and I know, and Greg, thank you so much for your time. I know it's hard sitting up here in the tower helping out doing this, but we thank you a lot for that, because I know you'd rather be down there getting strapped in for your A-gas run.
100%.
Greg Steltz, the Joker, we appreciate his time today and everything he brings to us right here in the Southeast Gassers.
Don Baskin Truck Sales has any kind of truck and trailer you will ever need. We have the largest selection and variety of trucks and trailers in the country, with over 2,000 units in stock. Financing is available. Visit our dealership at 1870 Highway 51 South in Covington, Tennessee, or visit our website at baskintruckSales.com or call 1-800-331-7110. Don Baskin Truck Sales has the truck and or trailer to get the job done.
Allan Pitman in the Pitman and Sword 1941 Willis sits at the ready in the burnout box. He's going to be in the quick time performance right-hand lane. Looks like Kenneth Phillips has now broken. Unfortunate for him. So a competition single right here for Allan Pitman. If you're Allan Pitman, you're looking right here for another clean A to B pass as you're going to move on next round and take on Barry Adler, the #1 qualifier. So Pitman and Sword right there on the side. Sword grading on the back of the race car. 451 cubic inch motor run there, supplied by Gene Fortin Race Engines. Ready for his round #2 matchup with Barry Adler.
racing equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your street car or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a quick-time performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with a flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves.
Doyle, Lynn in the honky-tonk out of Dalton, Georgia. Doyle, the number 8 qualifier, he finds himself in the quick-time performance lane. And once again, the chick magnet of Leslie Horn out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina, going to be in the Larice Motorsports lane on the left-hand side. G4 power plant underneath the hood for Leslie Horn. Tim Hall race engine underneath the hood for the 1951 Henry J. of Doyle Lynn, and he calls that car the honky tonk. So Leslie Horn, after getting a little slower start than normal, comes back and wins that round. Drives by Doyle Lynn on the big end. So Leslie Horn moves on to round number 2. Next pair going to be the number 2 qualifier, Ben Christopher in the Happy Days out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina, taking on the number 9 competitor, Ray Belaloo in the Bad Alibi, that 1955 Ford. Big time matchup right here, because the winner of this one, by virtue of the number 2 qualifying spot of Ben Christopher, will receive a bye into the semifinals. So they'll get a bye in round number 2, straight on to the semifinals. So Ben Christopher with the Jackson line power underneath the hood for him. Over in the quick time performance right lane. Again, the Larice Motorsports lane going to be occupied by that beautiful paint job on top of that race car of Ray Belaloo. And if you hadn't had a chance to see the top of that car, looks like snake skin on there too. I'm telling you, there's someone who took some airbrush time with that car. It is really beautiful. Give a shout out to Rod Bergner. I see the Iceman. He's watching this race on our YouTube channel. Make sure you give us a like and a follow on our YouTube channel. Subscribe. Great run right there by Ben Christopher. Car left beautifully. Looks like it's handling really well. Ben Christopher definitely serving notice that he is going to be someone to be dealt with today here at Jackson Dragway in Jackson, Tennessee. So Ben Christopher with that power plant by Jason Line, he's been trying to work with it all year. Looks like he may have it worked out, as he is definitely laying down some elapsed times that are close to record setting. All right, Mary Lynn, Greer, South Carolina. This is a battle of Greer right here. The number 7 qualifier, Mary Lynn. Pretty ironic right here, guys. These guys are good friends for years gone back. Mary Lynn from Greer. Chase Howard also from Greer, South Carolina. They drive 8 hours to get here to Jackson Dragway, only to face each other in round number 1. But I guarantee you that friendship has now turned a little different after they come out of the water box, because both of these guys are trying to take their 477s to that stripe first. Chase Howard, the number 4 qualifier here today. Barry Lynn, the number 7 qualifier. Barry Lynn in the quick time performance lane, and Chase Howard in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. So, a little bit of anticipation there by Barry Lynn. The big red light catches him, so Chase Howard's going to take on Leslie Horn in the next round. That's going to be a good one. Barry Adler and Allan Pitman in the next round as well. So Barry Adler's going to take a single right here by virtue of being that number 1 qualifier. So don't know if he'll run for lane choice and try for ET, or if he's just going to take the light and go down the racetrack. Take it easy on his equipment. he's going to run for elapsed time. Insurance left lane and not be in the right lane that he traditionally. Not going to get him lane choice. I don't know. He might have lane choice. Will he have lane? He will have lane choice over Pitman in the next round right there. So Barry Adler going to be able to choose what lane he wants as he moves forward. So next up will be our AFX category. So some interesting matchups in our AFX category. We got the number 3 and 4 qualifiers, Rob Walden and Robbie Walden, father-son matchup coming up. So that'll be a good one. But first out of the gate, we're going to have the number 5 qualifier, Allan Platt, in the Georgia Shaker. Take on the number 2 qualifier, Todd Odin, in the Southern Country. Wimberly takes the win right there. That was a heck of a drag race right there, folks. A couple of O elapsed times, or a couple of O reaction times right there. But Todd Wimberly, points leader in that Larice Motorsports Insurance lane, takes the win. All right, here's that father-son matchup we talked about a little bit earlier. The number 3 qualifier, Rob Walden, in the Dixie Twister, going to take on the number 4 qualifier, his son, Robbie Walden, in the Moonshot. Run on methanol that you see in the NHRA today. And those guys started back in the early 70s. I think 1969 or 70 was the first flip-top funny car. I could be wrong on that. I could stand to be corrected, maybe. I don't know. The big red eye caught him, and he's going to give the win over to his dad. So Rob Walden takes the win right there in the father-son matchup.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Harbin's Mechanical serves Atlanta, Georgia, and its metro area. From the big jobs downtown to the jobs in your hometown of the suburbs, they are your #1 source for your HVAC and refrigeration needs in Atlanta and its metro area. Stay cool in Hot Atlanta with Harbin's Mechanical Services. Summit Racing Equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your street car or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a QuickTime Performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves.
Baskin Truck Sales has any kind of truck and trailer you will ever need. We have the largest selection and variety of trucks and trailers in the country with over 2,000 units in stock. Financing is available. Visit our dealership at 1870 Highway 51 South in Covington, Tennessee, or visit our website at baskintruckSales.com or call 1-800-331-7110. Don Baskin Truck Sales has the truck and or trailer to get the job done.
It's the Shelby Nationals presented by Robbins Repairables, and the chick magnet himself is about to give a man a ride in the car. Why is that, Leslie?
Well, what we've done, we got Bob Zabo, which comes with me to all the races. Him and Kathleen's a big part of the Southeast Gasser Association. Kathleen's fighting for her life right now, and we're doing it to raise money for her.
In the staging lanes here at Shady Side Dragway for the Shelby Nationals, and someone is going for a ride. In particular, this gentleman is a Michigander. Man from Michigan, introduce yourself.
I'm Bob Cody from Belleville, Michigan. Yep, I come down here. It's my second time down to Shelby, and I love it, man. It's a great time, great people, and I'm just very fortunate to be right here where I'm at right now. This is unbelievable.
Bob, you are about to go in a ride in a SEGA legal A-gas machine, the chick magnet, that is the current record holder with Leslie Horn. Your thoughts right now?
I'm completely, I have no words. I feel very blessed to be where I'm at right now. And I'm very happy to help out Bob and Kathleen with what they're going through, and I didn't expect anything back out of this. I just love the sport, I love the people, and I have been gifted, that's for sure. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, that was a full pull. They didn't want me to go past third on you, so I went ahead and rolled them out. It was all really good straight, so I didn't worry about it. I told them I gave them a full pull. They didn't want me to go past third, but I went ahead, she was feeling good.
I'll tell you what, it felt good. I'll tell you what, that was beautiful, man.
Thank you, brother.
No, thank you.
Yes.
I really appreciate what you do for everybody here, man. You know, really do. So
that was a tough one for me, though. I sure did miss Bob.
Yeah.
She probably won't make it through the weekend.
That's sad.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man, I'm glad it was you. You knew what you was doing. Done good. The car done good. Props off to my tuner guy. I had to stagger the pressure, so she went straight down through there.
It went straight.
That's a pretty good pass for right along 51. She died. She died. We got to put some clutch in it. Yeah, put a half round in.
What did we
She died with 51.
551? 134? That's fast.
You can see Leslie Horn, driver of the Chick Magnet, with Bob Cody chatting after that pass here at Shadyside Dragway. A pass, a ride along for a good cause here within the Southeast Gassers Association. We're looking forward to a word from Mr. Cody as he just took a lap down Shadyside Drag Strip in the fastest, the quickest A-gas SEGA legal car in the world, and that is the Chick Magnet. As he begins to work his way out of this gasser, challenging at times to get out of a race car, have heard that he's no stranger to speed. Bob Cody.
Yes, sir.
How was the ride?
It was violent. No, it was, I'll tell you what, I love burnouts, so the burnouts was like the pre-dessert, and then, man, I'll tell you what I just did right there was life-changing. It was great, very great, man. I tell you what, I'm so grateful for what Leslie's done, letting me have the opportunity for this, and I'm grateful for what he's doing for the family. I mean, that's, my dad died from cancer, and it means a lot to me. So, but man, what a ride. Unbelievable. I'm just tickled that I had the opportunity to do this. Very grateful.
We're glad you had the opportunity, and you're no stranger to speed. Apparently you've got some salt in your life.
Yeah, so a good friend of mine, Joe Jolly, we run a 79 Mustang, classic gas coupe. We run it out at the Bonneville Salt Flats and Ohio Mile and down in Blytheville, Arkansas. We ran it all over. We're planning on going back out this year. We're doing a little work to the car right now and try to get that record. We're about 14 miles an hour off our record, so that's a lot to pick up, but like any other sport and racing, you just keep trying and keep working at it and have fun doing it. That's the important part, you know.
Bob Cody from Michigan is looking for an A-gas car now. Leslie Horn, what is it like having some ballast in the passenger seat?
I talked to Brian beforehand. We pulled the old dirt track trick. We staggered the tires a little bit, and to be honest with you, it felt pretty good. They didn't want me to pull him past third gear, but when I grabbed fourth, it was nice and straight, pulling straight, so we just run her on out. And it went a 51 with him in there. It was a pretty good little pass, 134 something mile an hour, so that wasn't too bad. So, yeah,
I don't know how you can see, man. Your vision.
Yeah, no, it was good. And he was a great passenger. He sat over there and done good. So I'm glad I got him. I was worried that I was going to get some 10-year-old kid or something and have to go through there. But anyway, yeah, it was great. I'm glad you done it for great causes for Kathleen. Yeah. Y'all know Kathleen's fighting for her life, so that's what it's all for. Everything goes to them. Thank you.
The H-Gas champion here at Knoxville Dragway for the Ram Clutches Nationals. Well, it's not a Volkswagen. It's an Anglia with a Pontiac in it, and this man is certainly not in his traditional purple. Colobby Welch, you come out and you get a win in H-Gas. Why this car, why this class, and how on this big win?
I guess starting with it, we came up with this car, me and Ron Allison from Zach Hall. Him and his dad were building it and kind of abandoned project on it. We thought a H-Gas car, it's got to be something little and light. After that, we kind of scoured the rule book and, played out what the best combinations were. We wanted to play into small cubic inch, get it as light as possible. So we started looking at the Pontiac. It's one of the two combinations you can run a crossflow head on. Parts are pretty readily available because it's based on a 389. And so we kind of took it there. We've been working on this thing for probably 2 years just on the powertrain side of it. Fought a lot of battles. I mean, it doesn't want to do what we're doing with it. So we, kind of had to complement some areas and work on it hard there. Got it out last season, late in the year, for some dyno time, playing with it there. Tore it up right off the get-go. We had issues with the block. So we came back and I came up with some plates. We welded in the block and did some different stuff to kind of eliminate vibration, bring some strength into it, and went from there. It's been a long time coming. A ton of engineering and work, a lot of hours have been put into it, so it's great to pay off being out at this first race with an H-Gas win.
Colobby Welch with the H-Gas win here at Knoxville Dragway. In AFX here at Knoxville Dragway for the Ram Clutches Nationals. It's the car that Todd Wimberly drives, which is Southern Comfort, but it is Daniel Haynes with the win. Our champion in B-Gas from last year. You haven't raced until this point, and you come out in a debut in this class, in this car, and get a win.
Man, it's been such a fun day. The car is just totally different than what I'm accustomed to, but I kind of got a little bit comfortable in it over the course of the day. Had some high hills to climb, and we've managed to do that. I think I did my job most of the day, so man, I'm just super stoked to be here. I didn't see this happening.
Well, we just saw it happen. Can we see you in this hot rod again, or are you going to be building your own AFXer at this point?
I will not be building my own AFXer, but this might not be my last trip down the track in this one.
Daniel Haynes, your event champion here for the Ram Clutches Nationals at Knoxville Dragway. Again, he is a winner in Superstock. Jerry Dean picks up the win here at Knoxville Dragway. All right, we know that you have won this event, and you are winning and dominating. But give us the rundown on how challenging it was today for your little hot rod to actually compete in what was muggy, terrible air conditions.
We fought it all day trying to get down the track. We could make one decent run and two bad runs, and we kept adjusting the Ram clutch in it and got it a lot better, and then we switched lanes to the right lane, and it was better for us and made a good run in the final there. But it's been a tough day. I got the best crew in the world, Karen Mitchell, Dennis Mitchell, David Richardson, David Dean, and Buck Rogers, and they work those off, and I owe this to them.
Jerry Dean, your Ram Clutches Nationals winner here in Superstock at Knoxville Dragway.
Right there. All right. Ernie Smith. About a 10th right there, so he takes the win. Alfred Adams going to move on to the semifinals. Jerry Purdue, by virtue of being the #1 qualifier, gets a bye this round, so this is a bye run for Purdue. He'll take on the winner of Ernie Smith and Scott Wallace in the semifinals. So we'll see if he makes a hard run for lane choice right here, or if he takes it easy on his race car and saves it for the semifinal run. Purdue, the #1 man in points right now in SEGA from Peoples, Ohio, in that 62 Chevy 2 wagon called Fulton's. All right, so Jared Purdue going to be taking on the winner of this next matchup between Ernie Smith and Scott Wallace. A-Gas, you should be in the lanes now. A-Gas, you should be in the lanes now. Ernie Smith going to stay over there in the quick time performance right lane in that 66 Chevy 2 4-door. The Saturday Night Special. Scott Wallace sounds like he's having a little problem getting that thing into gear right there. The 52 Pontiac, the Indian Outlaw, the Indian Express. Ernie Smith taking his time coming back. Robin Harris out front of the car, acting as the backup girl. Brian Harris behind the car as he is one of the ones who helps him set that Saturday night special up. Wings and center of Boiling Springs, Don Baskin Truck Sales, Priority Heat and Air, and Ike's Corner Grill. Just a few of the sponsors of help, along with Woodford Towing, pay the bills for Ernie Smith to make his 101st consecutive Southeast Gas race. Sounds like Scott Wallace is having a problem getting his car into gear, so this is going to be a competition single right here for Ernie Smith. So will he take a hard pass at it? Now we got getting held up again. Already told the man he got a single. And that's what is going to happen. So Jared Purdue will have lane choice over Ernie Smith in the next round of semifinals. That'll be a matchup of the number 1 versus number 2 points people in our C-Gas category. So unfortunately for Scott Wallace, that is going to be a competition single as he broke coming up to the line. A-Gas cars, you should be in the lanes now, ready to come around the corner. A-Gas, you should be ready to go right now. Folks, I can see your comments on the volume, but I'm all up on this microphone trying to give you all I can out there in the live feed. By virtue of being that number 2 qualifier today, he's going to get a bye run right here. So he'll make it into the semifinals. Question is, does he make a hard run or not? And I would say he's going to make a hard run at it by virtue of that burnout that he just done. He'll be racing against the winner of the Allan Pitman and Barry Adler matchup that you'll see here coming up in just a moment. Solid pass for Big. Good, clean, solid pass as Ben Christopher moves into the semifinals right here. Again, going to take on the winner of the Barry Adler Allan Pitman matchup. Makes Adler's carburetor stick way up out of the hood, so that's why you see the hood scoop for him. And the way that Allan Pitman built the 41 Willis right there is a little bit different, and it's a different configuration. So then you just see the carburetor scoop on there for him. Adler, the number 1 qualifier here today. Pitman, the number 6 qualifier. Adler in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane being brought to the line by his wife, Jessie. And that will put him on the shelf. So Allan Pitman, the number 5 qualifier, knocks out the number 1 qualifier right here, and he'll move on to face Ben Christopher in the next round. We need the Bugs to the starting line. Bugs to the starting line, please. Leslie Horn takes the win. Chase Howard with a 068 light, a 082 light by Leslie Horn. Horn with a better elapsed time by just about 0.04 of a second. Margin of victory on that, 1,000th of a second. I mean, 100th of a second. 100th of a second. The margin of victory right there between Chase Howard and Leslie Horn. So a good matchup right there as Leslie Horn marches forward to the semifinals. All the Bugs need to be to the starting line, please. All Bugs to the starting line. So fans, that's going to get us caught back up to where these cars get cooled down, fueled up, and back around, and we will be all together. You'll see all our classes together running and not any that are left out. We got some upcoming events I want to tell you about here in the Southeast Gassers. We're going to be staying in the state of Tennessee in the volunteer state. Our next event, that is going to be over at Knoxville Dragway on September the 19th and 20th. Mountain Madness is going to be there. The Southeast Gassers with a full race schedule will be there as well. Here today, we got the Hub City Hullabaloo. We try to name each one of our races. So if you don't have one of these beautiful flyers that we have here, see Stephen and Holly Smith over here. You can get you one of those flyers for the Hub City Hullabaloo that's held here today in Jackson Dragway as a remembrance of your trip here. And again, September 19th and 20th, we'll be at Knoxville Dragway for the Molly Nationals Mountain Madness. That's going to be another full event, Friday night, Best in Tune, and Saturday, the main event, starting out there at West Clapp's facility. Knoxville Dragway been a very, very popular place for us. We draw great crowds there. We have 2 events a season, and this will be the concluding event. And as we said before, West Clapp and all his crew out there at the Knoxville Dragway, the history there, and it's right there in the middle of a valley. We call it Little Thunder Valley. But the big one that remains in the season is a double race, and we're going to go to Gulfport, Mississippi on Friday, October the 10th. We're going to have a full race day on a Friday. We're going to have eliminations. You'll have everything go on just like you're seeing today on Friday, October the 10th in Gulfport, Mississippi at the Gulfport Raceway. And then on Saturday, October the 11th, we'll have another full day of racing, and it'll be points given both days just like an event. So we're going to have 2 events on the same weekend. So that's going to be down at the Gulf Coast Nationals. If you are looking to sponsor, we're still looking for a sponsor for that event. You can contact Stephen Smith or SEGA personnel if you're interested in sponsoring. But if you are any kind of car fanatic, that's where you want to be, because that's going to be in conjunction with Cruising the Coast Car Show, who is also down there in Gulfport, Mississippi that weekend. There'll be huge crowds there, beautiful cars, and some hot racing as we do it on 2 nights, Friday, October the 10th, and Saturday, October the 11th at Gulfport Dragway.
thing about Alexis is she knows how to gear jam herself. She campaigned a car for almost 2 years, right?
Two full years of driving, yes.
What made you get out?
And I didn't want to run Quainstock dry. As long as I'm at Southeast Gassers Racing, I'm content. So I'm just as happy being a bug now as I was driving. It's just a little bit different.
Well,
and my car is still out here. Mark Hallett drives the now-named Sasquatch car. Used to be the Flower Power, so there's still links to me out here.
Well, I tell you what, she's true there because she didn't miss a beat. As soon as she got out of the car, she was already backing up guys and helping out while she was pulling double duty. So great to have you out here, Alexis, and thank you so much for what you do. All right, now, Rock.
We're not going to post the name.
Oh, okay. I'm getting a little.
He missed a little part.
Yeah.
I'll go through the list of the rest of my cars. I got Rocky Top Missile, Renegade, Quick Draw, Damn It Bob, Wild and Willie 2, Sasquatch, and I'm filling this weekend for Heather Peak, doing Stud Muffin, Georgia Shaker 3, and Allan Pitman in the Pitman Sword racing A-gas car.
All right. Holy cow, that's like half the field, but I'd like to have a pedometer on you ladies as y'all go up and down and see how many miles you guys walk a day. Next, we got Robin Harris right here. Robin, she is the wife of Brian Harris. You see them working on race cars. If you follow their Brian Harris race car page, she is the person who puts all the content out there and lets you know the cars that Brian works on. And Robin, I know, gosh, it's been at least 5 years you've been out here, hadn't you?
Yes, about 5 years. Since the end of 16.
All right, so since the end of 16, well, that's almost 10 years. So you've been out here about as long as I have. I know we've traveled a lot of miles together to these races. And let all the people know what cars you back up and anything else you'd like for them to know about you.
Well, I don't have my list because my phone died, but I'm going to try to remember. I do Chick Magnet. I do Greg Adams. I do Ben Christopher. I do Southern Comfort. Ernie Smith. I can't remember all of them, so I'm going to stop there.
One thing you don't do is you don't stop going up and down. I know that. If anybody else who needs it, you're jumping in there.
Yes.
So, and moving right along, go ahead. And I'm sorry, I know that you come with Robbie Walden, but I don't know much more than that. So tell us your name, tell us where you're from, give us a bio on you.
My name is Dana. I back up Robbie Walden in the Moonshot 2, and I'm a dancer and model, and I'm from Georgia.
All right, now dancer and model, so I'm close enough I can attest to that. So congratulations and thank you so much for what you do. We appreciate you. Now I know this lady right here, and I know her list is very select. This is Miss Gina Odin from Birmingham, Alabama, and I'll let you introduce your drivers.
First of all, thank you all for being here today. I back up my husband Todd Odin with the double X, and my son Michael Odin with the double down 2.
And Gina, you've been doing this longer than Southeast Gassers has. Todd has had a long racing career, so this is really a way of life for you and your family.
It is, and we have so much fun. It's a lot of fun being out here.
Well, we appreciate you, appreciate all that you guys do. Next, we got Jody Mclofflin. You are from the great state of Alabama as well, and introduce yourself to everybody.
Well, he said my name is Jody, and I'm from a little town south of Birmingham called Columbiana, Alabama. And my husband, this is his first year to race in the Southeast Gassers, and he drives the disorderly conduct car, which is very appropriate for him. If you've ever had an opportunity to talk to him, you'll know why. So we're learning, and we travel, all of us in Alabama. We have a load of fun. Come by and see us. There'll be 5 or 6 of us there, all lined up together, and we'll give you a smile and a handshake, and maybe even some food. So come visit us.
That's how you had me when you said food.
That's right, that's
but,
right.
Hey, you know what I've noticed, and this has not just been lately. Any of our ladies who come out to be a bug and is new to it, Robin, yes. Alexis, the ladies who've been doing it a long time, Gina, I mean, they are very, very accommodating to help and show you guys the proper way to do that. And you can say what you want. You ladies are all beautiful and you add to the show, but you technically add to the show in helping your drivers be correct and go down the racetrack. I mean, you got the pretty faces, you got the beautiful outfits, but you also are a great technical support for these drivers. And last but not least, Miss Keeley right here, we'll let you introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Keeley. I'm from Campbell, South Carolina, and I back up my boyfriend, Kenneth Phillips. He drives Silver Street too. I was a little late, so there we go.
It's all right. We know you like to get comfortable. Unfortunately, Kenneth didn't do as well as he wanted to. The car didn't perform, but you know, I don't blame you a bit. Yeah, we had a little parts failure right there. When you start turning them these many RPMs, sometimes they say horsepower breaks stuff. We'll just leave it at that. So thank you so much, Keeley. And we got some more information right here coming from Robin Harris.
I just want to say I backed up Mary Lynn and Todd and Brad Wimberly. I didn't want to leave them out.
No driver left out. So I mean, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ladies backing up a whole contingency of cars right here today. And so we thank you so much, ladies. As I said, you bring a lot to our program and more than just a pretty face. So we really appreciate you. How about a hand for all our backup girls here in the Southeast Gasser? Yeah, we got that. All right, so folks, we got a few more minutes. Make sure you visit the concession stand. Get your last minute stuff going on. Go see Stephen and Holly Smith over there, Southeast Gasser Gear. Get all your officially licensed merchandise, because we'll be getting ready for semifinals and finals coming up very soon. As we get started back, we'll be in the semifinals in all categories. There won't be any more makeups or any more delays, because these drivers are going to get pushed to get here. So thank y'all so much, and we'll be back to racing action in just a few moments.
We're going to go and do pictures if y'all don't have by the tree, right? I was trying. I got it.
Well, he wasn't at the first race. Then the second race, motor issues puts him out. Third race, as it has worked out, you come up to old Rocky Top and defending champ, you get right back on track with a win, Todd Odin.
Hey, I love this racetrack. This is my winningest racetrack now, and I love coming here every time. I can't say enough about this old girl. We battled today. We busted a transmission. We had all kind of issues. But I thank my team so much, and it's just, you can't do it without good people, and I'm surrounded by great people.
Todd Odin, your champion for the Ram Clutches Nationals here at Knoxville Dragway in the Seagas. As he's putting the trophy on top of the car, Leslie Horn, once again, another win. You started the season off winning the first race of this 2025 season. Come into Knoxville and defend your event win from last year here at this race. But I would say most people didn't really have you picked to win this.
No, I didn't have myself picked to win it either. All the boys was faster than me. Everybody I run today was faster than me. It just so happened I was pretty good on the tree today, and I tell you, we was trying to get this thing in before this rain hit. I want you to look, it's just now started raining. We push and the crew here at K-Town done a great job. My staff done a great job. The racers done a great job, and we've got it in. Here we are, and I'm glad to win. This is the third one in a row here at Knoxville. We'll try to make it a fourth one at the end.
Leslie Horn, your winner in A-Gas at Knoxville Dragway for the Ram Clutches National. Hello, SEGA fans. Lee Craft here, aka the Monday Morning Racer. These days with the Southeast Gassers Association, I'm working with them as their media director. I'm in charge of forming and bringing in the media team that films the races so that you can see the action that took place. And I'm here to say I'm sorry. The camera operator down track did not hit record at the necessary time to capture this final between Ted McKe and Ken Rainwater in the B-Gas category. It was a great final, and congratulations to Ken Rainwater. This happens from time to time, though. We're all human. The camera operator down track, he had done great work for me in the past at March Meet. He also did great work at Knoxville Dragway, but this does happen. And ultimately, it's a failure on my part. I'm the leader of the team, and you didn't get to see a final. So to SEGA, to you the fans, also to Ken Rainwater, I'm sorry. We'll work on in the future some more redundancy, if you will, with camera and camera angles to make sure you do not miss any action. Thank you for understanding. And now a word from your winner, Ken Rainwater. Ken Rainwater, it was a humid one, a hot one. Conditions were tough, but you come to old Rocky Top and pick up a win. The old girl must be squared out right.
It really did. It was a good day. I mean, it was hot, it was humid, the weather was going up and down. The track, got hot, but the track got really good semifinals and finals. The guys did a really good job. They stayed on top of it, and we appreciate that. We really do. And 2 in a row. I don't know what to say. It took a few years there to win one, and it seems like things are going our way.
I think Ken Rainwater can say he's back, and he's the event champion here at Knoxville Dragway. Robert Frazier, 2 in a row to start 2025 in H-Gas.
How about that? How about that?
It's darn good, man.
I told you, every time we run the bug, we're on it. That's a tenth better than I've run all day long.
You were on it, beat the bug. Again, you squashed it, if we could say, 2 times in a row now. You're certainly got a a stronghold on this lead.
Yeah, I hope so. We got it. Gets a new motor for the next race.
William Jeffrey Ferguson out of Mississippi over there in the good time performance right lane in our AFX category here. Then we got Rob Walden in the Dixie Twister. He's in the Reese Motorsports Insurance lane. Jeffrey Ferguson spun so hard right there, I saw white trailing out of the bottom of his car, just off his tire just a little bit. That was a lot of wheel speed right there. But he short-shifted, got it in the second. Got to hustle that car down the racetrack. So Rob Walden going to take the L right there. But he'll hustle around to get ready for his Superstock run. So Ferguson going to be taking on Todd Wimberly in the finals, as Wimberly here is going to have a bye run by virtue of being the number 2 qualifier here today. Wimberly will get a bye. Now, will he run for elapsed time and try to get lane choice? He's in the Reese Motorsports Insurance left lane. Ferguson has really favored the right lane all day. So it makes you wonder if he's going to put his car through the stress of doing that, and he is not. He is just going to take the green light and advance. Very smart move right there for him as he gets ready to take on a fast Jeffrey Ferguson in the finals.
In a second final for the second race in a row, but this time it is a win for Allan Platt. Allan, congratulations.
Woo, baby! I needed this bad, brother. That's my low lapse time of the day, top speed of the day. Man, I couldn't be happier, brother. I'm on cloud 9 right now. Yeah!
Yeah, scrape with the wall, barely dinging the bumper, and now a win.
Hey, about crashed this thing last night. I put it in a winner's circle tonight. Man, that's the way I do. You know, a couple of years ago, the Youngblood team did that. They crashed, came back and won. And now I've done it too, and I'm proud of it, buddy. I am proud of it. We worked hard, and I couldn't be any happier.
Time performance right lane as he has favored that lane all day. John Wise going to be in the Reese Motorsports Insurance lane where he is favored all day. So these guys have their preferred lanes here. Let's see who's going to make the most of it and get to that stripe first and move on to the finals. Finals here. Good run by Wise. The first time he's made it out here with us, or second time. The Attica, New York racer, making it here to the semifinals. So good job for him. Bryant Dalton dispatches him and moves on to the finals, where he's going to take on the winner of the next matchup between Jerry Dean and Rob Walden. This is a rematch of the finals from Brainerd Motorsports Park, our last event in Ringgold, Georgia. So Rob Walden waiting patiently for Jerry Dean to come in the pre-stage, as Walden has already lit the pre-stage bulb. Continues his dominance here in Superstock. So Dean and Dalton once again in the finals. It has been so many times here in Superstock this year, the number 1 and number 2 man in the point standings, and that is for a reason. They've had the most consistent race cars all year long. B-Gas, we need you to the lanes, please. B-Gas to the lane. So as we wind down here in our semifinals, we're going to be in the semifinals in C-Gas. Jaron Purdue, the number 1 man in points, going to be taking on the number 2 man in points, Ernie Smith. That's got some big implications there if anything happens, and we've seen crazier things happen even here today. So, and then Alfred Adams, by virtue of being that number 2 qualifier here, he's going to get a bye run here in the semifinals. Good on the lights. An 011 light for Ernie Smith to an 082 light for Jaron Purdue. But Purdue just out-ETs him on the big end and takes the win here and moves to the finals. So Jaron Purdue going to take on Alfred Adams in the finals here in C-Gas, but Adams has to make a run right here. Now, will he try for lane choice? A big ET right there for Purdue makes that pretty tough. He might want to save his equipment. I don't know what his thinking process is, but we'll know by the burnout right here whether he's going to go for it or not. So Alfred Adams definitely going to give it a shot right here and try for a lane choice against Jaron Purdue. Alfred Adams out of Clover, South Carolina in the Damn It Bob, the 55 Chevy. A-Gas, we need you to the lanes, please. A-Gas, we need you to the lanes, please. A-Gas competitors, we need you to the lanes, please. We're getting ready to go with B-Gas right here. Charlie Lee, the defending winner of our race at Brainerd, going to try to defend here against and make it 2 in a row, but he's got to take on Wayne Swaffford out of Fingerville, South Carolina in the Leroy to do that. And the other side of that, this semifinal matchup, going to find the #1 man in points right now, Ken Rainwater, man who's won twice and a runner-up finish, taking on Ted McKe. McKe sits second in our points category, and if McKe wants to jump back into this thing, he's got to stop Rainwater right here and get him eliminated. So big-time point implications on one side, and a guy trying to win 2 in a row on the other side in Charlie Lee. So we'll see how that pans out coming up in just a moment, as B Gas should be getting strapped in and ready to go. Right here with McKe and Rainwater. McKe going to be over here in the Louisa Motorsports Insurance left lane in this car called the Rocky Top Missile. Once again, letting you know 319 cubic inches of Gene Fulton small block under the hood for him. The Renegade of Ken Rainwater out of Kimberly, Alabama, sits over in the quick time performance lane with the one-way technology cylinder head on there, mechanically fuel injected. Both cars. McKe's in the lead. So Ken Rainwater takes the win right. And just out ET'd him at the big end by about 400 seconds. So 400ths of a second on the ET put a margin of victory of 1/100th of a second. So .015 was the margin of victory at the stripe for Ken Rainwater as he moves on to the finals. That's going to give Ted McKe a big hit in his chances to get caught up in the points. All right, Charlie Lee going to be over in the quick time performance right now out of Sparta, Tennessee. Charlie Lee in that fastback that he's put together, he made a fastback out of it. As I said before, he was the winner down at Brainerd at our last event, Brainerd Motorsports Park. In the Tennessee, Charlie. Once again, out of Sparta, Tennessee, Wayne Swaffford out of Fingerville, South Carolina. Gene Fulton power plant underneath the hood for him, 306 cubic inches, a small block in the car that he calls Leroy. Robin Harris bringing Wayne Swaffford up to the line. Looks like we're going to have to wave them off. They got maybe some oil or something on the racetrack dripping out of the car for Wayne Swaffford. So this is going to be a competition single right here for Charlie Lee. Unfortunate ending to the day for Wayne Swaffford. That is a tough way to be pushed back as you're lining up for the semifinals. But that's better than doing catastrophic damage to the car. All right, so Charlie Lee, Ken Rainwater going to be the matchup coming up in the finals in B-Gas. That's going to be a good one right there as we get ready for A-Gas. Looking at A-Gas, Leslie Horn going to have the bye right there by being the number 3 qualifier and making his way through the bracket. The big matchup with Allan Pitman and Ben Christopher. Allan Pitman finally getting that car to go straight, but Ben Christopher laying down some blistering elapsed times. So we'll see how that turns out. So got a little computer, we got a reboot right here, and then we'll get ready for A-Gas. All right, so all right, once again coming to you live on the YouTube channel. I am David Lancaster, the voice of the Southeast Gassers. Want to welcome you all into the YouTube channel of the Southeast Gassers. We're here at Jackson Dragway in Jackson, Tennessee for the Hub City Hullabaloo as we are getting down in our semifinal action, and finals are yet to come. We've got one set of semifinals to run here in A-Gas, and then we will be into our final races of the night, crowning champions here for the Southeast Gassers. Already had a great day of racing. Several point implications have been made, and some people have stretched out points, and people have been disappointed by losing points of what they could have gained here today. But a good day all the same. This racetrack has had a good bite in it all day long. 660 foot of concrete was put in by Don Baskins of Don Baskin Truck Sales, our presenting sponsor here and owner of Jackson Dragway. So we're glad to bring you that here. If you're here live, we thank you so much for that and for coming out here today and spending the day with us and choosing to be with the Southeast. Today, and our next race will be the Mountain Madness Nationals. Mountain Madness Nationals presented by Molly Motorsports. That's going to be at Knoxville Dragway as we stay in the Volunteer State. September the 19th and 20th, we'll be over at Knoxville Dragway at West Clapp's facility there. Always a good time and great turnout of spectators, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see some of the fall leaves maybe changing in that late September date. But the racing is always hot there at the historic Knoxville Dragway, as it used to be a circle track, and now they use the front straightaway as a drag strip and have for many, many years. I hear cars firing back there now, so we're getting ready for A-Gas semifinals to come your way. All right, A-Gas coming around the corner right here. Leslie Horn going to take his bye run first. I got to think he is definitely going to try for lane choice right here and make a full pull, but I don't know. Yeah, he's probably going to be doing that as he strikes the hides on those Mickey Thompsons. The Chick Magnet, that 1955 Chevy, beautiful black car with the 477 cubic inches of Gene Fulton race engine under the hood. See it right there on the back tailgate, or back deck lid, it says, "My Chick Bad," and it has proven to be a bad chick as he won the championship last year. He's a three-time championship driver as he won one time in SEGA trim. So, Leslie Horn, an accomplished driver, and made a big splash here in the Southeast Gassers in a short period of time that he's been with us. Now running in the fastest category of them all, trying to defend his championship. But in his way, guys are chomping at his bits to get there. One's Chase Howard, one's next Ben Christopher, as they are 2 and 3 in this point battle. Daisy Robbins Repairables out of Mooresboro, North Carolina. Leslie Horn Real Estates, Leslie Horn and Associates Realty out of Bowling Springs, the two major sponsors for Leslie Horn, helping him pay the bills on that Chick Magnet. Taking his time getting in there. Good bit of wheel spin right there for Leslie Horn as he had to short shift that thing. So not a elapsed time that you would indicatively see from him. Decent reaction time, but nothing that dramatic right there as Leslie Horn just makes a solid A to B to get his car to the finals that we'll see in the next round here. All right, Allan Pitman and Ben Christopher coming up next. The other pair of semifinalists here today at Jackson Dragway. Motorsports Insurance left lane in his 41 Willis. The Swaffford and Pitman entry right there with a 451 cubic inch Gene Fulton power plant under the hood. And Ben Christopher out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina in his 66 Chevy too, the Happy Days. Once again, Robbins Repairables also one of the sponsors for Ben Christopher. Jason Line prepared motor underneath the hood for him, our engine. Underneath the hood for Ben Christopher, who has been really fast all day, and the car has been very good for Ben. Let's see if that continues here in the semifinals. A heck of a run for Ben Christopher. That's going to give him lane choice moving into the A-Gas finals. So he will take on Leslie Horn in the finals. So a couple of Bowling Springs, South Carolina racers going to be in the finals in A-Gas with two fast race cars. All right, folks, 6:15. We need all finalists in the lanes. 6:15. We need all finalists in the lanes. So we'll have a little downtime right here, folks. So make sure you head on over to the concession stand, get you something cold to drink or get you some supper to eat. go over and see Stephen Smith and Holly Smith and get your officially licensed merchandise from the Southeast Gassers, as well as today's event poster or event posters from other events we have had, as they are behind us right near the concession stand under the Summit tent.
Couldn't be any happier.
Allan Platt, winner in AFX here at Shadyside.
Lucky. We've got a good car, but it's a little aggravating sometimes, but that's the way racing is. And today was a good day for us. We made some pretty consecutive runs that run good. Normally we make a good one and a bad one, but we're still hunting that magic spot. Maybe we'll find it someday.
Jerry Dean, your winner here at the Shelby Nationals, Shadyside Dragway in Superstock. Tim Hall, we said you just might come out and play spoiler, and you absolutely just did that.
I got lucky on that one. My fuel pump quit mid-run. Ernie was catching me. I thought he was going to pass me on top end. I did not know who won. I thought he won. and it cut off down there, and I couldn't get it cranked. That's why it took me so long to get here. I got the hood up, and I beat on the fuel pump with my hand and got it to start back running so I could drive up here.
It might have took you a while to get to the ticket booth in this interview, but you were right on time for a win here at Shadyside.
It feels real good. I'm glad we came. Enjoyed it. And probably try to be at Alabama probably. So.
We've been talking about in B-Gas this whole time, young guns, but the Renegade, Ken Rainwater, wins at Shadyside.
And that was awesome. It's been a few years. 21, we won 6 races and won a championship. This is the first race we've won since then. So it's been a lot of hard work. And glad to be back. Dad's a heck of a competitor, and he whooped me the last 4 or 5 times I run him, so nice to get one on him.
Ken Rainwater is the winner in B-Gas here at Shadyside for the Shelby Nationals.
Thank you.
Chase Howard in the USA 1 Chevelle in A-Gas is your winner here at Shadyside. Chase, been working hard for this one and finally get it in 2025.
Finally got us another one here at our home track. It's been a while since we won one. The last time we won was here. We put in a lot of hard work. We had struggles getting here, struggles getting the car down the track, making decent ET. We've been picking at it all day, picking up a little bit here and there. We're nowhere near #1 qualifier at every race, but we're consistently in the top 5. We've been putting in work at home, and it paid off here today.
South Georgia Motorsports Park was a record-setting track. This track, though good, it was hot, it was greasy. Do you feel like a track like this, it's right in the wheelhouse for you and someone like Scotty Cannon helping turn the knobs in the pit?
Absolutely. A man of his caliber is, a great tool to have in your bag. He helps me night and day pick this thing apart, pick out the ET, pick it up. South Georgia, we had a bad draw in the first round. We go out there, qualify #4, and against Mr. Chick Magnet himself, Leslie Horn, and he pulls a rabbit out of the bag and sets the record against us and puts us on the trailer. But we got sweet redemption here this weekend.
Absolutely. Chase Howard, your A-Gas winner for the Shelby Nationals, presented by Robbins Repairables. It's the Shelby Nationals presented by Robbins Repairables, and the chick magnet himself is about to give a man a ride in the car. Why is that, Leslie?
Well, what we've done, we got Bob Zabo, which comes with me to all the races. Him and Kathleen's a big part of the Southeast Gasser Association. Kathleen's fighting for her life right now, and we're doing it to raise money for her.
In the staging lanes here at Shady Side Dragway for the Shelby Nationals, and someone is going for a ride. In particular, this gentleman is a Michigander. Man from Michigan, introduce yourself.
I'm Bob Cody from Belleville, Michigan. Yep, I come down here. It's my second time down to Shelby, and I love it, man. It's a great time, great people, and I'm just very fortunate to be right here where I'm at right now. This is unbelievable.
Bob, you are about to go in a ride in a SEGA legal A-gas machine, the chick magnet, that is the current record holder with Leslie Horn. Your thoughts right now?
I'm completely, I have no words. I feel very blessed to be where I'm at right now. And I'm very happy to help out Bob and Kathleen with what they're going through, and I didn't expect anything back out of this. I just love the sport. I love the people, and I have been gifted, that's for sure. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, it's got a little extra ballast in her.
Yeah, that was a full pull. They didn't want me to go past third on you, so I went ahead and roll them out. It was all really good straight, so I didn't worry about it. Man.
I'll tell you what, it felt good. Oh. I'll tell you what, that was beautiful, man.
Thank you, brother.
No, thank you. Yes. I really appreciate what you do for
everybody here, man. You know, really do. So
that was a tough one for me, because I sure did miss Bob.
Yeah.
She probably won't make it through the weekend.
That's sad. Oh.
Yeah. Man, I'm glad it was you. You knew what you was doing. Done good. The car done good. Props off to my tuner guy. I had to stagger the pressure, so she went straight down through there.
It went straight.
That's a pretty good pass for right along 51. She died. We got to put some clutch in it. Yeah, put a half round in.
What did we die? 551? 134?
That's fast.
You can see Leslie Horn, driver of the Chick Magnet, with Bob Cody chatting after that pass here at Shadyside Dragway. A pass, a ride along for a good cause here within the Southeast Gassers Association. We're looking forward to a word from Mr. Cody as he just took a lap down Shadyside Drag Strip in the fastest, the quickest A-gas SEGA legal car in the world, and that is the Chick Magnet. As he begins to work his way out of this gasser, challenging at times to get out of a race car. Have heard that he's no stranger to speed. Bob Cody.
Yes, sir.
How was the ride?
It was violent. No, it was, I'll tell you what, I love burnouts, so the burnouts was like the pre-dessert, and then, man, I'll tell you what I just did right there was life-changing. It was great, very great, man. I tell you what, I'm so grateful for what Leslie's done, let me have the opportunity for this, and I'm grateful for what he's doing for the family. I mean, that's, my dad died from cancer, and it means a lot to me. So, but man, what a ride. Unbelievable. I'm just tickled that I had the opportunity to do this. Very grateful.
We're glad you had the opportunity, and you're no stranger to speed. Apparently you've got some salt in your life.
Yeah, so a good friend of mine, Joe Jolly, we run a 79 Mustang, classic gas coupe. We run it out at the Bonneville Salt Flats and Ohio Mile and down in Blytheville, Arkansas. We ran it all over. We're planning on going back out this year. We're doing a little work to the car right now and try to get that record. We're about 14 miles an hour off our record, so that's a lot to pick up, but like any other sport and racing, you just keep trying and keep working at it and have fun doing it. That's the important part, you know.
Bob Cody from Michigan is looking for an A-gas car now. Leslie Horn, what is it like having some ballast in the passenger seat?
I talked to Brian beforehand. We pulled an old dirt track trick. We staggered the tires a little bit, and to be honest with you, it felt pretty good. They didn't want me to pull him past third gear, but when I grabbed fourth, it was nice and straight pulling. It went a 51 with him in there. It was a pretty good little pass, 134 something mile an hour, so that wasn't too bad. So, yeah,
I don't know how you can see, man. Your vision.
Yeah, no, it was good. And he was a great passenger. He sat over there and done good. So I'm glad I got him. I was worried that I was going to get some 10-year-old kid or something and have to go through there. But anyway, yeah, it was great. I'm glad you done it for a great cause. It's for Kathleen. Yeah. Y'all know Kathleen's fighting for her life, so this is what it's all for. Everything goes to them. Thank you.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your street car or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a quick-time performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves.
Harbin's Mechanical serves Atlanta, Georgia, and its metro area. From the big jobs downtown to the jobs in your hometown of the suburbs, they are your #1 source for your HVAC and refrigeration needs in Atlanta and its metro area. Stay cool in Hotlanta with Harbin's Mechanical Services. Summit Racing Equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment.
Don Baskin Truck Sales has any kind of truck and trailer you will ever need. We have the largest selection and variety of trucks and trailers in the country, with over 2,000 units in stock. Financing is available. Visit our dealership at 1870 Highway 51 South in Covington, Tennessee, or visit our website at baskintrucksales.com or call 1-800-331-7110. Don Baskin Truck Sales has the truck and or trailer to get the job done.
All finalists to the lanes, please. All finalists to the lanes, please. So here today, Jackson Dragway, we're down and ready for the final. AFX Finals going to pit the Walden Woolly 2 of Jeffrey Ferguson versus the Southern Comfort of Todd Wimberly. That's going to be a good matchup. Mississippi for the home state of Jeffrey Ferguson, and the great state of Alabama for Todd Wimberly. That's going to be coming at you. And the Superstock Finals, going to have Jerry Dean out of Lacey's Spring, Alabama, taking on the Sevierville, Tennessee racer Bryant Dalton Sr., leader of the Dalton gang right there in his 63 Ford Falcon Futura. Those two guys are number 1 and 2 in points in our Superstock division. SEGA going to find Jaron Purdue in Fulton's Ghost, that 62 Chevy 2 wagon with Gene Fulton power under the hood, taking on another Fulton-powered car of Alfred Adams, that 55 Chevy out of Clover, South Carolina. In our B-Gas category today, Charlie Lee trying to make it 2 in a row in his car called the Tennessee Charlie. He's out of Sparta, Tennessee. He's going to be taking on the Kimberly, Alabama racer Ken Rainwater. Rainwater already a winner twice this year and runner-up to Lee at our last event at Brainerd Motorsports Park, going to try to knock him off and get vindication for the last time they raced each other. And coming down to A-Gas, the Battle of the Titans right there. Ben Christopher out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina, going to face his neighbor and good friend, Leslie Horn, in the Chick Magnet. Horn leading the points right now. Ben Christopher in third place. He's going to try to leapfrog over Chase Howard. I don't know if he can do that as the points are right now, but I know they are very close. So Ben Christopher and Leslie Horn, both hailing out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina. Christopher in the Happy Days, and the Chick Magnet of Leslie Horn going to be coming up next. That'll be your A-Gas finals. It's been a great day here at Jackson Dragway. Great fans and a beautiful Chamber of Commerce day under blue skies. Been a little warm out here, but not too unseasonably as we continue here in the finals. So we need all finalists in the lane so we can go. And once we go, folks, it'll run right one after the other, and we will have our finals done. I want to invite everybody down to our winner's circle right behind the tower. You can come over, meet your favorite drivers, get a picture with them, congratulate them on their win or their runner-up as we finish up here today at Jackson Dragway. So thanks so much for tuning in on our YouTube channels and our Facebook social media page. We appreciate everybody, and we appreciate you guys taking your time and your hard-earned money to be out here with us today, bringing you the best nostalgia drag racing on four wheels. That is the Southeast Gassers. As we're here in the tower today, finishing up everything, we're trying to get a few words in before the finals. Lee Craft here with me today, the Monday Morning Racer. Lee, how have you saw today's action, and what has been the most intriguing race you saw today?
Well, the most intriguing race I've had today is the race to get the top-end camera situated in the proper place. No, actually, the most intriguing, interesting race, you know, I think of A-Gas, Allan Pitman, and his performance today overall has been impressive. When you talk about Allan Pitman, an individual that is a legendary name in drag racing, certainly in the pro modified ranks, whether it's building or driving, he's come into the Southeast Gassers Association, and it has been a challenge, but it didn't look like a challenge today. He was performing exceptionally well, and that is good to see that we're going to get that much more competitive cars in A-Gas, and Allan Pitman being competitive, I think that's going to be tough for everyone else in the future.
That is a great point. I mean, he made some solid A to B passes with that car today. He's going to have more confidence, maybe even to turn the wick up a little further on that Fulton race engine.
Absolutely, and well, you're about to see it live. The finals are coming up, and we're just trying to kill some time for you all on the live stream and here in the stands. The Southeast Gassers Association action has been hot. It's also been a warm day here. Thank you all for sticking it out in Jackson, Tennessee. Great crowd, great racing on track, and I know you've been able to see some great action on the live stream as well. Thank you for letting us get through the technical difficulties. Does happen. Live streams are difficult, far more difficult than people realize, but we're ready to bring the finals when the cars do come to the lanes, and we have got some stacked finals in nearly all of the championship categories of the Southeast Gassers Association.
Well, you know, talking about intriguing matchups, I go back to A-Gas. The Chase Howard Leslie Horn race was one, you know, I think the margin of victory was like 1/100th of a second at the stripe. So that was a big one with points implications as well, because that was the number 1 and 2 drivers in our point standings. Ben Christopher sits number 3 as he's trying to leapfrog right over there because they're only separated by a round or two.
Yes, and, you know, you're talking about that matchup. go back, I believe it was semifinals, Ernie Smith, Jaron Purdue meet again, rematch of the Brainerd Motorsports final there for the SEGA Nationals, and it's Jaron figuring something out in his driving now, along with all of that performance that he has, and he gets the win over a Ernie Smith that came into this event that had 3 final round appearances. That streak's broken. No 4th final round appearance for Ernie Smith. What a points battle we got there.
Yeah, Ernie Smith definitely just clicking off round after round. Unfortunately, he's not going to make it past that race with Purdue, but that was a monumental one as well in this points battle we got going on. And the second half of the season looks to be something incredible that we have here with the Southeast Gassers.
It does. You know, think about Charlie Lee right now. Charlie Lee has been in Southeast Gassers Association for a while, been a competitor in this for a long time. He kind of mothballs the car to work on it and make it into a fastback from what it was, rolls it out with the additions and the changes he's made to it there at Brainerd Motorsports Park, goes out and wins against Ken Rainwater, who looked like he was poised to run away with this thing. And Charlie, again, performing today, a #1 qualifier, right?
Charlie, #1 qualifier today, and Rainwater, you know, clicking off. They actually had to go down to the 3rd number after the decimal to find out who had lane choice, both running identical elapsed times all the way out to the 3rd number here. So that's going to be a great final if it performs like it has in the semis.
Yes, it is going to be a great final, and it is amazing how competitive these old school cars are, that we've got to look to that 3rd digit to decide lane choice. Well, there's some tower chatter, and looks like we've got racing coming up. David Lancaster's going to take it, the voice of the Southeast Gassers Association. I'm going to get back on the 1 and 2s so you can see the action on the live stream.
Thank you so much, Lee Craft, for bringing us that action as we are underway, getting our cars coming around the corner. First off, Jeffrey Ferguson in the Walden Woolly 2. He's going to stay over in that quick time performance right lane as he has so favored today. I told you earlier on the live feed that I saw a little bit of white smoke off the bottom of the tire, wisping, almost as if he was doing a burnout in the semifinals. Just letting you know how much power he possesses right there in that car. So, and in the Larice Motorsports lane is going to be the car of Todd Wimberly. Todd Wimberly in that Southern Comfort, the beautiful Falcon right there. He is our current points leader in the Southeast Gassers AFX category. We got a bird's eye view right. Robin Harris bringing up Todd Wimberly. Alexis Phillips bringing up Jeffrey Ferguson in the Walden Woolly 2 as we get both cars into the pre-stage and ready to go. All right, Jeffrey Ferguson taking the win right there. 086 on the tree for him. That was a little bit better than for the elapsed time. He basically out-ET'd him right there. 5:95 was the elapsed time for Jeffrey Ferguson. 6:09 being the elapsed time for the Southern Comfort of Todd Wimberly. And so Jeffrey Ferguson, make sure that you don't go to your trailer, and make sure you go to technical inspection so you will not have the same problem you had at Brainerd Motorsports Park. But he will be your champion here today, pending technical inspection. Next up, Superstock final right here. The #1 and 2 guys in our point standings. Jerry Dean, the last Rebel 2, going to be over there in the quick time performance right lane in his car that they call the last Rebel 2. Bryant Dalton going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane.
So Jerry Dean takes another cup home with him. 6:56 elapsed time for him, 7 flat for the Superstock car of Bryant Dalton. So that was a win right there for Jerry Dean. Tell you what, he has really mounted up a lot of these gold cups in the last 2 years, has Jerry Dean. Up next will be our SEGAS finals. Finalists rolling around right now. Jaron Purdue going to stay over there in the quick time performance right lane in that 62 Chevy 2 wagon called Fulton's Ghost. 287 cubic inch small block Chevy underneath the hood for him. He's going to take on the Clover, South Carolina racer Alfred Adams. And Alfred Adams going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Really persevered. He bumped the wall last night in qualifying in some practice. Fixed that car right up. Had a busted wheel. Able to get a wheel and get on there. So that left rear wheel, I don't know if it's borrowed or if it's one that has a spare. So Alfred Adams, I'm getting word, has used 3 different wheels this week. Before us right now with a barred left rear slick on that car. Those Mickey Thompson's looking pretty good though, as we see what he can do against Jaron Purdue. Maybe trying to go razor thin against Purdue as that car is a juggernaut here in SEGAS. And Jaron Purdue is going to get another gold cup here in Jackson, Tennessee at the Jackson Raceway in SEGAS. So unfortunately, Alfred Adams hands it over to him. This is one of the matchups we talked about just a little while ago, myself and Lee Kraft. This is the one that a lot of people wanting to see. Charlie Lee, this is a direct rematch of our finals at our last race. Charlie Lee coming out on top in Brainerd. He's going to be in the quick time performance right lane. He's out of Sparta, Tennessee, in his car called the Tennessee Charlie. Ken Rainwater out of Kimberly, Alabama, going to be in his 67 Chevy 2. That car called the Renegade. Mechanical fuel injection on that car. But Ken Rainwater draws by him. That's an 036 light for Charlie Lee and a 037 for Rainwater. Rainwater a 578 with a 4 to a 579 with a 4 for Charlie Lee. So razor thin right there, but Ken Rainwater puts it back in victory circle here today and avenging the loss that he had at Brainerd to Charlie Lee. So Ken Rainwater back in there and extends further the point lead that he has in B-Gas, trying to get the 2025 points championship wrapped up. Taking a major step toward that right there. All right, A-Gas is all that remains here today. The kings of the sport, A-Gassers, the fastest cars on the property. Both these guys hail from Boiling Springs, South Carolina. Both these guys sponsored by Robbins Repairables out of Mooresboro, North Carolina. If you're looking for any used equipment part or car, check out robbinsrepairables.com. That's where I just bought my last 2023 Honda Ridgeline from them. Love it up there. Leslie Horn going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Bill Christopher in the Good Time Performance right lane. A little bit of an abbreviated burnout by both of these drivers. These guys such good friends that when Ben Christopher had some trouble with getting a motor and having his motor in there, Leslie Horn let him borrow his second motor, and Ben Christopher was able to continue racing. That's how good friends these guys are. And I guarantee you, there's been no friendship after they rolled through that water box. And Leslie Horn wouldn't have it any other way, and neither would Ben Christopher. They want to see who got the fastest race car out here today. I hope they're all safe in doing it, but they want to go and be the first one to get to that stripe. Some great friends. These guys will eat lunch 2-3 times together a week, but they are not going to be eating right now for the next 5 seconds after these lights turn green. Woodfin Towing also on the side right there, as well as Leslie Horn and Associates Realty for these drivers. Jason Line Power over in the right-hand lane with Ben Christopher, Gene Fulton Power. Both of these guys sporting 477s underneath the hood. Who's going to be the first one to stage up first? We still aren't into the pre-stage yet. Christopher goes into the pre. Now they're in. Ben Christopher takes the win. And that is a lot of vindication right there for Ben Christopher. Christopher runs a 5:23 with a 7 to a 5:31 with a 9 for Leslie Horn. So that race right there, Horn got a little bit out of shape, and Ben Christopher took advantage of it. So, folks, that is going to wrap it up right now as these cars move to technical inspection. And fans, if you are here, you can make your way over to the tower side and have your picture made with the drivers here today. So, folks, we're going to hand it over right now to Lee Kraft as he wraps it up, and I've got to get down to do some other technical things. So, Lee, take it away, buddy.
For all of you watching on the live stream, thank you for joining in. Remember to subscribe to the Southeast Gassers YouTube channel. Hit the like button. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for watching. Thank you for getting through it with us on some of the technical difficulties. Congratulations to all the winners, and we're glad that you were able to be a part of it on the Southeast Gassers Association YouTube channel. Until next time, God bless, and keep the pedal to the metal.
Don Baskin Truck Sales has any kind of truck and trailer you will ever need. We have the largest selection and variety of trucks and trailers in the country with over 2,000 units in stock. Financing is available. Visit our dealership at 1870 Highway 51 South in Covington, Tennessee, or visit our website at baskintrucksales.com or call 1-800-331-7110. Don Baskin Truck Sales has the truck and or trailer to get the job done.